Check this out.
In Chicago with you every single Saturday morning, 8 to 9 a.m. Get to the Bears Stadium as a big step taken on that front yesterday with a vote being held, and the first one that we've seen be held. Cubs lost yesterday, absolutely smoked out at Wrigley, and Sox lose yesterday. It was just a losing day yesterday in Chicago. One step closer to losing the Bears.
Felt that way.
And both baseball teams losing yesterday. Sox gave it a fight though, 8-6 the final. They'll look to get right today with Sean Burke on the mound after he gets opened for by Brandon Eisert, Andrew Painter on the other side for Philadelphia, and Ben Brown looks to stop the bleeding after the 18-3 beatdown at Wrigley yesterday. He'll be opposed by Landon Raup. But if you want to join us and talk some Bears Stadium, 312-332-3776. The vote yesterday by the Bears Board of Directors, it was the first time that they have voted on the stadium site, but one of the things in all the statements that were released yesterday by the Bears is that this thing is still pretty vague. And I don't know where you sit on in terms of percentage and where we're at, but we're not at the finish line. I think Courtney has made that very clear as well, that this is still, I don't want to say up for debate, because I don't think we're at that stage. We're past that stage.
Absolutely not.
But it's also not case closed either. Door is still open for the state of Illinois to get their you-know-what together, but that's no guarantee that they're going to get their you-know-what together.
95-5, they're going to Hammond.
Really? Okay, that's where you sit.
Yep, 100%. It's like if I had to line it, I'd put it like minus 1,000. Mostly because I don't think the state of Illinois is going to give the Bears what they want. I don't know if they're capable of it, and I don't know if they want to do it. It doesn't seem like it. So, yeah, go give them a bunch of property tax breaks, make everybody happy that they stay in town, and then it'll be the same thing. In 5 years, well, I'll go, why is the gas tax so high? Well, go figure. You know what I mean? So they're not going to do it. The state of Illinois has shown us they're not going to do it. State of Indiana is going to do it.
Now, for your doubts on the state of Illinois, and I have my doubts on the state of Illinois too. I'm with you there. But I
don't even want to call it doubts. It's an understanding of why. Okay. I get it.
Fair. For the way you feel about the state of Illinois, I feel about Indiana in the sense that, one, will the land pass? And two, where the hell are they putting it? Because the vagueness that they put in terms of the sites, there was no, we had talked a lot about, the Wolf Lake site, the Wolf Lake site, the Wolf Lake site. No mention of Wolf Lake yesterday. And I don't know if they're doing their due diligence on different areas of Hammond to maybe configure this thing out, but I don't know if there's a guarantee that Indiana's going to pass everything environmentally here that they need to get through in order to have a stadium.
I kind of just stay exactly where I've been. I told Carmen yesterday, I almost hope that the Bears get out there, commit to Hammond, and then find out they can't build on the site. Yeah. It would make me laugh so hard. Because for everybody who wants to just demonize the state government, I'm not here to run defense. I've never been here to run defense for the state government. But the Bears have misplayed their hand every step of the way in this. And yesterday, like Waddle said, finally they played a hand that made sense. Yeah. It just might be too late. Where the guy you're playing against, you're both pot committed in where you are. If you're playing poker and I keep going bluffing, and I keep raising every time it comes around to me, and another guy's being stubborn and keeps calling, that's what it is.
Right.
So now you're in so deep, all the cards are up. Where do you have to go? The Bears are like, okay, we got to put our chips in the middle. What's the state going to fold with how deep they're in? So it's just, I have my doubts that the state's going to figure it out. I don't think the state is going to figure it out. And the Bears are going to push themselves to Indiana. And then the concept of getting there and going, we can't build here.
It would be hilarious.
Is so funny.
Are you rooting for it?
Yeah, of course.
I think it'd be hilarious.
You know me, I root for content, whatever the best content is. And that is it. But then there's the flip side of it where I keep being told it's impossible to deal with the government. It's impossible to deal with the state of Chicago or with the city of Chicago. Chicago Fire broke ground on a stadium. It's not a problem for them.
Yeah.
We got renderings. Ishbia is getting ready to put stuff out for a
But
White
even
Sox
that
stadium.
feels like it's still jumping through hurdles. The
Yeah,
Sox.
of course they're always jumping through hurdles, and the Sox is in more of its infancy. But like, what if it's not a problem for the Chicago Fire to break ground on a stadium in the city? What's the issue? Like everybody, here's my thing where I've hit a point that I don't really care anymore because I'm just tired of hearing both sides of it. Every time I log onto Twitter, I get one side going, the state is the worst run state in the country. This government, they're all idiots. Keep voting the way you vote. And then I got the other half of the people are like, oh, I don't want to run cover for billionaire organizations. Okay, great. But if the fire can get it done. So stop telling me about the labor pains, deliver the baby, as Cap would say.
Now, I do think the Fire situation's a little bit different. They're fully financing it. They're not looking for any sort of state help or handouts or anything like that. And that area, I think, was a little bit further along than Arlington Park, too. So it is slightly different. And you're not building the same magnitude of stadium either.
But the common denominator being the state of Illinois for like, oh, we can't ever get any deals done because the state of Illinois is so bad. The common denominator in the stadium thing is the Bears. They can't get anything done.
Well, yeah, the Bears obviously failed with this too.
Like,
because you're dancing around with the city still for a little bit. And why are there 6 phone calls being made down to the city? You're not renegotiating the lease 6 times. Like, you don't need 6 phone calls to hash out the lease that's been standing for how many years now?
Right.
With the Park District.
And I get the private funding side of it makes things a little different, but again, like, let's not cry poor for the Bears. They can privately fund it. They were going to privately fund it in Arlington Heights. They wanted
NFL
property
gives you
tax certainty. Right. Like, what? Some of the financial stuff I was hearing yesterday about NFL teams, I'm like, I don't ever want to hear about. They don't have the money to do stuff again. It's insane, the money that these teams make. So I've watched Northwestern build a stadium. I've watched the Fire break ground. It feels like the White Sox are closer than the Bears to announce.
I don't know. Like, I don't think that's
I shouldn't
true.
say it that way, but I should. There are hurdles to jump through. There are hoops to jump through.
I feel like the White Sox thing, it took off for like a hot sec, and then it's disappeared.
Well, yeah, but that's still a long way off because Ishbia doesn't even have control of the team. But I kind of feel like Ishbia's got a better shot of getting this done expeditiously than the Bears have gotten it done. So I come back to all of these companies, I'll call them, working in this state and in this city are getting things done. The Bears aren't. So we can't say the common denominator on the stadium stuff is Illinois. I get the property tax thing. I'm not saying the Bears should just pay $150 million in property taxes. But it's also, I get the side of it that says if we give the Bears a bunch of tax breaks, then we have to pass it on to you. And it is ultimately a football playground that the vast majority of people who live here will not be invited to because they'll be priced out. That's where I've sat this whole time. You want to go to Hammond? Go to Hammond.
Right.
You got a great deal there.
And if the Bears somehow do wind up in Arlington Heights, guess what? That deal is not going to be better than the one that you get in Hammond. It'll just go to show you that team does not want to go to Indiana. But it may have been pushed so far at this point to say, you know what? We really only have one choice, and that is Indiana. Because the state and the Bears can't come to any sort of agreement. Whoever's fault it is, it really doesn't matter. If there's no agreement, there's no agreement. So hearing from Bears fans, 312-332-3776, because I'm not all that interested in the economics on how this whole thing's going to shake out. I want to know how it impacts you, the Bear fan, because at the end of the day, I mean, you and I don't go to football games, really.
Nope.
I probably go to maybe one a year. So this doesn't impact me a whole heck of a lot. But if they go to Hammond, it probably takes out the one game a year I would go to than if it were at Soldier or even if it were in Arlington Heights, just because of the convenience it is for me to get to those two sites versus the convenience it would be for me to get to Hammond unless someone else is driving me. So we want to hear from Bears fans, 312-332-3776. How does it impact you? Because there is the tradition side for a lot of people that this is going to suck if they leave. I mean, not even just, the people up in the northern burbs who don't want to haul all the way to Indiana. No, there's people who are just going to get absolutely gouged out of it, too, because your new PSLs are going to cost an arm and a leg.
Which would have been the case in Arlington Heights.
Right, that's true, too. So it doesn't really matter. It's going to impact tradition for a number of Bears fans, season ticket holders, or there are some people who just go once a year, like Jesse Rogers goes to the Bears opener every single year with a bunch of his friends. Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's still going to be the case if they do go to Hammond, Indiana. It will probably still be the case if they go to Arlington Heights. But if they go to Hammond, is that going to be still the case for him? Because he's coming up from the northern burbs, and is he going to make the trek all the way down to Hammond? Are his friends, I don't know where his friends live, but are they going to make the trek to Hammond?
You know, for half the people who live on the south side, it's more convenient. For the other half of people, it's less convenient.
And obviously for the Northwest Indiana people, it's great.
It's the best.
Unless you don't want a stadium blocking up your 10 Sundays a year.
But I get all of that. Like, if you live in the Northwest suburbs and you're like, Jesus, this is going to be brutal. I understand you being pissed. The tradition side of it, I think just in a vacuum, it sucks that the Bears are leaving Illinois, if they leave Illinois. That blows. And I saw Greeny's tweet yesterday about the Jets. I didn't even ever think of it because I feel like they've been in East Rutherford my entire life. But Greeny was like, I grew up going to games in New York for the Jets. Yeah. And then they left. And I'm still a fan. I still root for the team. Right. I still go to games, but it is a little different. Like, it will, of course, be a little different if they're in Indiana.
This isn't the Baltimore Colts or the Supersonics up and leaving. Like, if that happened, and it's not ever going to happen. No. But if that happened, I would get any fan that says, I'm not rooting for this team anymore.
100%.
F them. St. Louis Rams, same thing. I get that. And you have every right. And to be honest, I probably would fall in that boat too. I'd probably just be like an overall NFL fan if the Bears up and left, like the area.
You'd be a St. Louis Rams fan. I'm a man without a country. I don't have a football team anymore.
But that's not what's happening here. It's very far from that. And I get that as sports fans, we can be territorial too. Like, I brought up the example yesterday when the whole Arlington site was pitched, there was also the talk of, let's bring the White Sox up here. Listen, you cannot put the White Sox in Arlington Heights.
No.
A team that is known as the Southsiders, moving north of the Northsiders, you can't do that.
No.
But I don't think this is quite that. I get you're crossing a state line, and while it's not my preferred thing to deal with here, but I would still root for the team. I probably wouldn't be going to a game a year. I usually go to about one a year. I probably wouldn't go to any, and that's fine. It's not going to kill me. If you take the going to Bears football experience out of my life, that's so far down on my sports fan agenda for the year.
I mean, also though, I don't know that it'll affect me at all. I might still go to a game a year.
You might,
because frankly, the time spent going from the parking lot to the stadium in Hammond, probably much less than walking from the Red Line to Soldier Field. So I want to make a joke, sort of, but I don't want to be too flippant about it. But I will spend the same amount of time on the Skyway getting to Hammond that I would walking to Soldier Field.
That's fair.
You know what? So I don't know that it's going to functionally change a lot. Well, I get the emotional reaction.
But I do think for the public transportation people, it does change a lot.
That's fair.
Like, I mapped it out going from the northern burbs, public transportation, again, not driving, or not northern burbs, north side of the city, where I would leave from. It would take me a little over 2 hours to get to Hammond. It would take me an hour to get to Arlington.
If that's the case, then forget it. But I don't go anyway. Like I said to Carmen yesterday, it's going to look beautiful in my living room, wherever they build it.
Yep. All right, let's hit the phones, 312-332-3776. Mike is in Willow Springs. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking guys before Carm and Yurko and Shea. I wanted to call a couple weeks ago, but I think the point today is even more salient. I agree with Carm about I live right by him in that area of 294 and I-55. You're 25 minutes from Hammond, number one. Number two, the point I really called about was, they talked about for a couple of years, George McCaskey doesn't want to move to Indiana because of his heartstrings for Illinois. Remember Mike Dick said about the old man, George Hallis. He said he throws around nickels like manhole covers. Now, I don't know George Hallis. I never knew him. Don't know the McCaskies. However, I believe George Hallis would jump at this deal in a second because of the finances. And like Shea correctly said, Illinois, pick any of the three: corrupt, inept, or overtaxed. I own a business in Illinois. It's horrible. It's horrendous. I wish I could get out. I wish I could be the Bears. I'm partially out. I moved part of my business to Michigan because Illinois is a horrible place to do business.
Yeah.
And they've shown it.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it there. Listen, I get the gripe that people have with, all right, you're crossing over the state. The Hallis thing's funny to me, too, because what was the site that Hallis was always looking at? It was Arlington Heights. He had his eye on Arlington Heights for a while there. Listen, perfect world, I think this thing's in the city. But I will say
I agree.
The one ship that left the yard yesterday was being in the city.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't know that any ships officially. I mean, Courtney said there's no way they're going to be in Chicago. I don't think I felt like they're going to be in Chicago for a long time. But, this has changed so much.
If the whole thing failed, which I don't think the quote-unquote whole thing can fail unless the land fails out in Hammond, which could happen. And if that's the case, maybe you do end up back at Soldier Field, and we're renewing this lease for another decade or so.
I tell you, I wouldn't hate it.
But no, I wouldn't either.
I made my bones with the tradition stuff, like you were talking about losing the tradition. We're losing outdoor football. That was when I made my bones with the tradition of it.
And personally, I don't have as big of a problem with that as maybe some Bears fans do. If they go to a dome, they go to a dome. You're seeing it mostly throughout the league. I guess Buffalo's probably the exception to that rule.
Yeah,
but
and I get it. I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum about wanting to go to a domed stadium. I get that, you freeze your ass off at Soldier Field in the winter. It's just the way, I don't know, the way I grew up watching football, the way I feel about the sport. Like Bears-Packers is supposed to be 20 degrees. It's supposed to be snowing.
And it still will be one time a year, but
once, at Lambeau. They're never going to build an indoor stadium.
No.
20 years from now, if we still have football, there's not going to be a single stadium outside.
We'll still have football.
We're coming to an end.
I don't think that's true.
Go up to Green Bay. Go up to Green Bay. They'll never tear that place down.
Okay, Green Bay.
It's not like they're going to knock down Buffalo Stadium either.
They just built it.
Two of 32.
I don't think the Patriots are going indoors anytime soon.
That's getting old. Didn't they build that in the 90s?
No, early 2000s.
Okay.
But
I could see in the next 20 years the Patriots going inside.
Not if they're still in Foxborough. If they build a dome in Foxborough, I doubt it. I think that a lot of these teams that have those kinds of environments where the fans are more accepting of it, they're going to stay outdoors. Or the bigger thing for the Patriots is Boston's not some marquee city to get Final Fours and Super Bowls and all this stuff anyways. No offense, but you're also playing closer to Providence, Rhode Island than you are to Foxborough. I don't know that to Boston. I don't know that the event stuff is attractive.
I would also say Massachusetts isn't that big of a state either.
No, but the reality of the indoor stadium is they're building it for the other events that they can host less than they are. I want better football on television. And I don't feel like that's an issue in Foxborough, where Taylor Swift will play there. She has played there.
Yeah, but right, as you say, every musician is going to make a stop in Boston. They would go to that indoor stadium in the winter if they can.
Well, if it's in Boston.
Exactly.
If it's 2 hours away. I don't know. I've been to that stadium. It is a bitch to get to the point I will never go again, as a matter of fact.
Foxborough?
Yeah, it sucks. Getting to that place, forget it. Yeah, that is insane. I went to a Sunday night football game there. I left Boston at noon. We got to Foxborough, took 2 hours on the south, whatever they call that south, whatever train. Mm-hmm. We got back after the game ended to Boston at 3 in the effing morning.
Jeez.
No, I'm not doing that again. It's an awful experience.
Well, okay, but that I will say in general, going to a football game is just an all-day event.
Yeah, always. But getting home at 3
Getting home at 3, yeah. That's a little rough. That's almost 5 hours getting home.
Yeah, well, you have to sit on the stupid train until everybody boards it.
Yeah,
and then there's only one road out of there. So even if you're driving, it's not like it's some huge advantage. You're sitting in traffic on a single road.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue to take your phone calls, 312-332-3776. How do you, the Bears fan, feel about a potential move to Northwest Indiana, as there was a significant step taken yesterday with the board of directors voting to advance their stadium development in Hammond. 312-332-3776. Tyler and Shea.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Bullfrog Spa's Swim, Soak, and Save sale is going on now. Kick off the season with the ultimate space for fitness, relaxation, and family fun designed just for you. Bullfrog Swim Spas feature their patented jetpack therapy system, delivering a full personalized massage experience tailored for your body and lifestyle. Until June 15th, enjoy up to $4,000 off MSRP on select models. It's also your chance to shop their exclusive factory-certified scratch and dent inventory. Visit your nearest factory store today and save on the swim spa or hot tub you've been dreaming of, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Are you shaking a rocket?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler and Shea with you on this Saturday morning, talking Bears Stadium after a vote was taken on Thursday. The news came out yesterday. Bears take a significant step towards leaving the state. Cubs lose yesterday. Sox lose yesterday. Thrilling finals game last night, too, by the way, as that one came down to the wire. Well, another one of those back-and-forth games that we've had in these NBA finals. It's been good for as much as we dogged on the regular season this year. NBA finals have been very, very good so far. So,
yeah, I felt bad for Wemby. I think All I could think was lights got a little bright. You got the ball with 7
Really,
seconds.
you felt bad for him.
Is this Wemby's 07? LeBron's 07? Same
But
kind of thing?
Did LeBron have like a loud oopsie like Wemby had
Not
last
like
night?
that. Not like that.
7 seconds, you got the ball, it's tied. Wemby has the ball. He has a chance to win the game.
Yeah,
and he throws, I can't even think of who the team
It
is.
was Stephon Castle, yeah.
Yeah, Stephon Castle. He throws it off Stephon Castle's ass out of bounds. I'm like, well, okay.
Like, Wemby
Lights
is
bright.
kind of, like, I'm not saying, oh, like, Wemby sucks or anything, but, like, Wemby wasn't great in game 1. And then yesterday he has the colossal blunder at the end of the game. And it's like he hasn't been doing things to really help his team per se. He had a good game outside of
he was
the
great.
turnover at the end, but it hasn't been the sharpest of finals where I don't think we could say that about LeBron.
Right.
when
And he's
was in it.
also getting dusted on the perimeter a little bit. Like Cat's bringing him out. Like
Yeah.
he's not having that twin tower presence down low.
Dude, I'll tell you what, I think Cat's the MVP so far.
I was going to say, I know people in this town will get angry, but Cat has been their best player, man.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Jalen Brunson, I believe, was a -11 yesterday. And I love Brunson, dude. You know how I feel about Jalen Brunson. He was a -11 yesterday. He had, until the fourth quarter, a pretty tough game 1. But then he turned it on. He's turned it on, and he's had some clutch shots, too. And part of that goes into it. I'm also holding on to a 22-1 Cat ticket for Finals MVP. So,
Is there a better fourth quarter player in the NBA right now than Jalen Brunson?
I mean, I believe he leads the league in fourth quarter scoring, doesn't he?
Something
Definitely
like
in the
that.
playoffs, but I don't know. There probably is, but it's just I can't think of it top of my head.
I don't know that any Nick was great in the fourth quarter last night, but
That's fair too. That's fair too. All right, back to your Bears calls as the stadium took a big step towards leaving Illinois yesterday. Hit the phones 312-332-3776. Tim is in Evanston. What's going on, Tim?
Hey, what's going on, guys? First of all, I want to tell you both I love everything you're doing on the radio, so keep doing it.
Thank you.
And I just want to kind of give my perspective. I grew up in Washington, D.C., and I watched the stadium move from the city out to Maryland, where it was hard to get to. It was far away from a lot of people, and the culture just totally changed. And I don't think Chicago sports fans exactly get that because all of our teams here play in the city. And I know it's either Arlington Heights or Hammond, but I view Arlington Heights as the second evil behind Chicago and Hammond another one. And I just kind of view this as another example of the overreach of the NFL in that we're going to play on Wednesday night games in Hammond. So interesting your guys' thoughts on all that. But what I saw in D.C., we were in the same situation in the 80s that I feel like the Chicago Bears are in 2026. We had a young coach we loved. We were winning. Joe Gibbs kind of considered the young mastermind in the league at the time, just like Ben Johnson is.
Yeah.
And I hate to see what happened there happen here.
Tim, the one question I'd ask that might be different, though, is like, I wonder if the D.C. culture around that team would have been better had they not built an objective pit to play football in.
Yeah.
That stadium was a hellhole.
Yeah, and I mean, you hear all the stories now, or maybe not now as much because I think they've fixed it up a little bit, but over the course of the last 5-7 years, like the end of the Dan Snyder era.
It's still very bad.
Yeah, no, it's not great.
Dude, that place was bad the day it opened.
It was not good. And I think, to Shea's point, it's not necessarily the stadium being so bad, but everyone in D.C. was so against Dan Snyder. That was the driving force in being like, okay, everyone stop giving this guy your money.
Yeah, like I don't think people, like before the stadium, like before what happened yesterday came out, I don't think people were really against George McCaskey after what happened last season. I feel like George actually gained a lot of goodwill with a lot of Bears fans after what took place last season, hiring Ben Johnson. Seems like the rig's on the road a little bit more up at Hallis Hall. But then I'm sure plenty of Bears fans are upset with the news that we're one step closer to going to Hammond.
Everybody, at some point, man, I've been saying it for a few years. Nothing that this league does is for fans.
But I would also say this is not the NFL.
No, it isn't, but it is a symptom of it that you're chasing the most dollars, wherever the most dollars are.
See, I don't know if you are chasing the most dollars here.
Maybe not.
You may be, in an ideal world, you're going to take a worse deal. in their ideal world, they're taking a worse deal in Arlington Heights.
But they're still going to negotiate it to a point that it's more beneficial for them. And again, even if they're in Arlington Heights, the situation as far as like an actual fan, the impact it will have on them, you're still going to have PSLs that will price you out.
Yeah.
You still will not be, the ticket prices are going to skyrocket. This isn't some club that all Bears fans are invited to if it's in Arlington Heights and some like money play if it's in Hammond. Either way, fans are going to bear the cost of this. So it just, to me, like I gave up on this a long time ago. Like Tim was just talking, we're going to have Wednesday night games played in Hammond. The idea we're going to have Wednesday night games at all is still insane to me. They do nothing with the fan first. Nothing. In any sport, really.
Because they don't have to.
And is Major League Baseball's lockout fan first? Of course not. The only sport that can afford to do fan first stuff is hockey because they're broke.
Right. The NFL, I mean, everyone out there is a football lemming. You will follow the NFL to the end of that cliff and off of it because that's just how we're wired as football fans. Back to the phones, 312-332-3776. How does this impact you, the Bears fan, if the Bears end up in Hammond, Indiana? Owen's in Willowbrook. What's going on, Owen?
Hi, guys. Great show as usual. Hey, I was a kid of the 60s, and my father was a Chicago Cardinal fan. And when the Cardinals left to go to St. Louis, there was no way he was ever going to pull for the Cardinals ever again. And he said he couldn't pull for Hal's front team. So as a kid, I grew up a Packer fan in Chicago because they were on TVs on Sundays when there was a blackout. And I'm telling you, now they're only going to move to Hammond, but still, I guarantee you there are going to be some people that are going to be turned off. And what are they going to do? Put a big H on the Bears jersey instead of a big C? And
that's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah. And you know what? I think you guys hit it on the head. There is no loyalty in sports to the fan anymore. And that's why I like horse racing.
Yeah, it's the only thing Yurko will bet on because you're not dealing with the human element there. No, I think that's also the first Chicago Cardinals hand-wringing call that we've gotten to about someone in their family like turned their back on the Cardinals after they left the state of Illinois. Incredible.
I don't think that's going to happen. Like, ultimately, they'll build a nice stadium. People will go to the number of games that they can go to, whether it's in Hammond or in Arlington Heights. And I think Bears fans are still going to be Bears fans. Is it going to be a little different? Does it suck? I'm not saying any of that's not true. It's just, man, I don't know. I grieved all of this a long time ago. I saw the way college sports went. I saw the way the NFL was going. I saw the way the NBA was going. I see the writing on the wall in baseball. I see the way these owners operate. None of it has our interest at the forefront.
Yeah, like I'd imagine the percentage of Bears fans that will stop watching the team or stop being a fan of the team if they move to Hammond, the number starts with a decimal.
Right. It's not like I stopped watching football because I realized that football didn't cater to fans anymore. I still spend my Sundays watching.
Yep.
I still watch on Wednesday nights and Thursday nights and Friday nights and Tuesday nights when they eventually do that.
Football lemmings, dude. Like,
yeah,
it's
like
just how we are.
It is. It's also my job. Like, it's just, I'm going to participate because I'm a fan. I love the game.
Dude, even if it wasn't our job, we'd still both be doing it.
And I wish, of course, and I wish nothing more than like sports would go back to when the fan was the most important. But that's been gone for maybe a decade now.
Yeah.
So I've just given up on it. That's why I'm not as bothered as a lot of people by like the way these teams operate. They don't care about us.
And they frankly never will. Ever again. All right, we'll continue to take your phone calls, 312-332-3776. Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
You know, they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home for 90 years, has everything you need to furnish your home. Explore our newly expanded furniture department with stylish, comfortable pieces for every space in your home. With beds, sectionals, dining tables, and more, our showroom offers high-quality furniture from a wide range of brands. You can also get assistance from Apt's design experts, whether you're furnishing a single room or your whole home. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt, abt.com. Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin. I'm here with two of the best in the game. Accident attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Ivoni from Costa Ivoni. Let's be real for a sec. In this city, you need someone who gets you. That starts with a connection to the place you're from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You get someone who gets where you come from, who understands what you're going through, and who will fight to make it right.
And Courtney, we've built trust here in Illinois by showing up for people and their future.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local accident attorneys. 708-4million.
Save big money in your next project when you shop at Menards. Upgrade your home's energy efficiency with a new exterior door from Mastercraft, building the highest quality doors in a variety of style options. Shop our huge in-stock selection or design your door your way, in-store or online. Save big on Mastercraft doors. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com and check out all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Taking your Bears calls, 312-332-3776. At the end of the day, if the Bears win in Hammond, in Arlington, down on the lakefront, all this really doesn't matter that much.
Guess where the parade's going to be?
Chicago.
State Street.
Yeah. I believe the Blackhawks parade actually went by our office. I guess the Blackhawks aren't the last, but I don't remember the exact parade route for the Cubs, but I believe the Blackhawks parade went by down here. So maybe, hopefully we see a Bears float going by this way.
Yeah.
And
in January.
And hopefully
February.
Yeah, we may see one before this is even a discussion about where this whole thing is.
I was really wishing back for like 1990s football, January.
I don't even know if
Bowl.
that's 1990s.
Ooh,
that's like 80s or 70s, it feels like. But if you want to join us, 312-332-3776. How do you, the fan, how does this impact you if the Bears end up moving to Hammond? We'll continue to take your calls here. Mike is in Gurnee. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, guys, I got a little different take on this, politically wise. Like on Twitter today, Blagojevich said if he was governor and Daley was the mayor, either Daley, the old guy or the new guy, the Bears would not have left. And this may spur the voter base to really wake up and say, just like your prior caller said about how bad the state is in terms of taxes and everything for business, people may wake up now and say, you know, these guys that are running our government, I think it's time for a change.
All right, Mike. Thanks for the phone call. That was one of the more bizarre calls we've gotten. I mean, you went tic-tac-toe there on like with Blago, with going down the Twitter cesspool. That was incredible. That was really incredible.
Point, is there a worse person you'd want to be? Like, is there anyone else out there you'd least want to be than the current governor of Illinois at this very moment?
No.
Is there anyone else I would less want to be?
If that makes sense. Did I say that right?
What you're saying is what I would say. I do not envy his position.
Right. He's in the worst spot possible.
He's got two choices. Yeah. He can let the Bears leave the state, or he can put the taxpayers on the hook to get the Bears a better deal so they can stay here.
You can't win.
You can't win. You're going to piss off the side that's like you're anti-business, or you're going to piss off the taxpayers who don't want tax cuts for billionaire sports teams.
Yeah.
So there is no winning. That's why that kills. Like, just say what you want to say, dude. I hate Democrats. It's okay. Just call up and say it. Yeah. Just say it. Because that's all politics. This is. I
wouldn't even say that he was saying the quiet part out loud, but he was just. I mean,
wow! I'm not doing political discourse here. I just because I can't. It's so boring to me. All you ever get when you start doing the politics stuff, it's team sports. That's all it is. I like this side. I like that side. No nuance. No debate. No actual discussion of ideas or concepts. Nobody listens to each other. It is so effing boring. Mm-hmm. So just leave it. I want to talk stadium in a way that impacts you as a fan.
Yeah.
Could give a rip about a governor from 25 years ago. It wouldn't have happened with me. Great. That's fantastic. Sick tweet.
Yeah. No, I feel the same way about all like when people try to break down the property tax implications like on their home as if their home is a multi-billion-dollar stadium too. Like, please give me a break on that. All right, Mike's in Palatine. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, guys. Good morning. So I don't just live in Palatine, East Palatine. So I'm a mile or less from Arlington Park.
Right there.
I know I'm very biased on this subject.
Dude,
right?
today's
so
your day to be biased and selfish with it. Like, that's how I've always felt about the stadium situation. Like, is it going to bring a tangible difference to wins and losses for the Bears? No, it's not. The only thing that it concerns is the fan. And your vote on where you want the stadium is completely fan-based. So, yeah, go ahead and be selfish.
It is. Well, it is. But when you start looking back, though, you try to step back and say, okay,
wow!
So Arlington Heights versus the lakefront, you were like, okay, the lakefront's impossible to get to. It's a horrible stadium, et cetera, et cetera. But you know what? When you then you bring Hammonds into this, it makes it actually our downtown look like I would rather them stay in Soldier Field. And even Dobie put up a poll the other day and said, what would you rather have, Hammond or crummy Soldier Field? And 2/3 said they'd rather stay in Soldier Field. Hammond, unless you live down there, is even harder to get to than Soldier Field. So I don't know where we go with this, but I agree with you guys. Ultimately, they don't care about people like me, the fan, and that's really sad. And I'm really sad today.
Yeah, I get it, Mike. Appreciate the phone call there. And I think the disclaimer you throw out there on all this is this ain't done yet. It's not. If Illinois gets their act together and the Bears get their act together and they somehow come to an agreement, this thing could be going the other way. I think we will know where this thing will definitively be by the time they kick the ball in the air. You don't think so?
I just had the thought of like the way you said it, the way I heard it was differently than how you meant it. Where I'm like, we'll know where it's definitively be when they kick off the football in that stadium.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I just like
it's the all-time. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, balls in the air in Hammond, and then it's like the wave of reality. Oh, they're in Hammond now.
No. This year. Opening day, which we're inside 100 days. I believe yesterday was the 100th day till the Bears open up. I know that the NFL season Monday this past week was 100 days until the entire NFL season opens up. So 312-332-3776. Mark in Wilmington. What's going on, Mark?
I'm the happiest man on the face of the earth. I'm the biggest Bears fan in the world, and I say go for it. Hammond, Indiana. We have homes in Grant Park and Crete, Illinois, and businesses there, and they go for it for the Bears. I mean, they're not going to take any crap from Chicago, and this is finally they did something right, and they're saying no to Chicago because there's corruption and everything else. And I'm just happy for the Bears. They don't have to take crap from Illinois anymore. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the call there, Mark. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776. We'll clean up the rest of your Bears calls when we come back here on Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
You're in the market. The clock's ticking, and this is your moment. Jeff Joniak here, and I know how much pride Chicago takes in a team that shows up, works hard, and gets the job done. That's exactly what you'll find at Arlington Toyota. The same trusted people you've known for years are now backed by new ownership from the Andy Moore Auto Group, bringing even more value every day. A full lineup of new Toyotas is ready for you. Dependable when it matters most, and built for Chicago roads. Step in, take the wheel, and drive home a winner today at ToyotaArlington.com.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can feel it when your windows are past their prime. Your house gets hotter, your AC keeps running, and those energy bills start climbing. That's why I tell people to call Window Nation. Right now, their buy four, get four free sale is going on, and you can replace all your windows and get half of them for free. Plus, you can get new energy-efficient windows with no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. It's a smart time to upgrade. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, a proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call.
The Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
It's been a tough Saturday on the lake. I ordered swim trunks in this orange cream color, but it's actually more orange auburn. Oh, and it's swimwear. I probably can't even return these.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive. So you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
Big color, bigger savings. Sherwin-Williams Super Sale is here. Get 40% off paints and stains June 5th through the 11th with prices starting at $30.89. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Thanks to Jake Lippman for producing today's show. If you missed anything, you can check it out on the Pick a Side podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, including on the ESPN Chicago app. Talking Bears Stadium with you here on ESPN Chicago, as we'll continue to take your phone calls, how this impacts you, the Bears fan. 312-332-3776. James on 355. What's going on, James?
Hey, guys. So I'm from Illinois originally. I've lived in the South for the last 13 years. And one of my favorite things to do is come north and go back to sporting events in downtown. Like, I'm in town this weekend. I'm going to see USA Germany. I'm going to head up to Lincoln Park, try to catch the end of the Cubs game, and I'm going to Sunday Night Baseball tomorrow.
Awesome.
Right? Like,
it's a hell of a weekend right there.
My teams. Right. It's a great weekend. Hopefully we get some W's, right? But this is something that, I love coming home for. It's going to be so much harder flying from O'Hare to get to Hammond, Indiana, versus just going O'Hare to downtown.
Well, what I would tell you then is
22 minutes with no traffic.
James, fly to Midway then.
But where I live, I don't have flights to Midway, right? I have a direct flight to O'Hare. I don't have to connect through another major city. So,
okay, that's
the
fair.
process of getting north is going downtown is great. It's a jewel. There's so much stuff for my kids to do. Trying to logistically get out to Hammond without the benefit of great public infrastructure, the Skyway's fine, but I'm not sure it can handle all the traffic. And being that O'Hare is on the more north side of the city and goes directly to downtown, I just think that there's going to be a lot of people like myself who don't live here anymore but still want to fly back into the city, who might just say getting the rental car you have to get, the hotel you have to buy, the flight costs, it's just not going to be worth it anymore.
The hotel side of it, I get, but James, I think people are being a little short-sighted on this. Not necessarily you. I would imagine the tour bus companies in this city are doing backflips at the thought of a stadium in Hammond. The number of people like you will fly in, stay in a hotel for the weekend in the city of Chicago, and then on Sunday have a bus. This is what I did in San Francisco. That stadium is basically in San Jose. It was an hour to get to that stadium. We didn't rent a car. We stayed in San Francisco, and we got on a bus the morning of the game that took us to Levi Stadium. So the same thing will happen here.
Right. And I'll say, I will not get political. When Jerry Jones built the new Cowboy Stadium out in Arlington, there's so much other stuff right next to it. There's Texas Live. There's great family things around that stadium as well. And it's very accessible from DFW, right? And so I'm worried that Midway is not the major airport in Chicago. Mm-hmm. It's not. It's kind of farther out. And I just worry that it's going to lose some of the luster. I hope Indiana, if it goes there, does it well. I hope that we get infrastructure that can handle the new stadium, the new logistics. It's a boon for the economy. It's a beautiful new stadium, and we all enjoy it. But I'm just worried that it's not going to have the same feel, or it's going to be so far out on an island that it kills the vibe for people trying to fly in for the weekend.
That's fair. And thanks for the phone call, James, too. I'd imagine, too, everything when it is finalized, there is the trickle-down effect. And, again, this is a, 2031 to 2033, somewhere in that time frame issue. I'd imagine the trickle-down effect is there's going to be more flights into Midway for a select number of days out of the year.
People who come into town for Bears games are still, I think, going to stay in Chicago too. I don't think that's going to change.
Yeah,
it's not like people started staying in San Mateo, wherever the hell that stadium is.
Santa Clara.
Yeah. People didn't start staying there. Unless you're taking a tour of Stanford, there isn't anything to do in Santa Clara except go to a Niners game.
That's true.
So, you stay in San Francisco or you stay in Oakland or, if you want to stay in San Jose, fine. You're going to find your way to the game. So, the same thing will happen here.
I would say this, too. If you're flying in for a game, logistically, there's going to be hurdles.
Right.
No matter, for any game. It doesn't matter if you're flying in here. It doesn't matter if you're flying to Dallas. It doesn't matter. There's going to be some extra steps that need to be taken to get to the game. No stadium is built by an airport. They're not moving to the site of where that, Impact Field is, but out in Rosemont, where the baseball stadium is.
Yes.
No one's flying in for those games out in Rosemont.
You fly in the morning of the game.
Dogs game.
Yeah, you fly in the morning of the game. You take an Uber from the air. You don't even pack a bag. You take an Uber from the airport to the stadium, and then you fly out immediately after.
Right. Exactly. 312-332-3776. Few more of your calls here. Kevin is on the south side. Morning, Kev.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just calling in because it makes no sense. Everybody getting upset about the Hammond stuff. Like, they backed the city and the state backed the Bears into a corner, and I totally blame the state government for this because when I looked it up, it's saying that SoFi is the highest paid, the stadium that pays the highest taxes in America right now with 14.3. Expecting them to pay $53 billion, it makes absolutely no sense. So I don't even understand how.
Wait, $53 billion.
I'm sorry, it was $53 million a year. That makes no sense. So that's why I say I don't understand. If they wanted the Bears here, they would have figured it out with Arlington. So clearly, the state is trying to hold the Bears hostage to get them to agree to something. I wouldn't agree to moving somewhere if I didn't have tax certainty on my house as well. And then people keep saying that, like, the taxpayers are going to have to pay for it. They didn't ask for money to build a stadium. People got to stop spreading misinformation. When you look up the information, even Pritzker said he's fine with contributing to the infrastructure because they do that for all businesses. Mm-hmm. Really, they're being punitive because they're mad that the city kicked the can down the road and mismanaged what's left from the last renovation, and they're trying to hold the Bears hostage. That's all that I see. Like, they had to do what they had to do. I'm not mad at them. It would have been nice if they would have been able to go to Arlington because it's still in Illinois. But for the most part, I mean, I think the blame is squarely on the city and state. They mismanaged this, and they're going to go down in history as the ones who let the Bears go to Hammond. So,
all right. Thanks for the call, Kev. Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't think the politicians, will they wear it a little bit? Maybe. It's not going to be the reason someone does or does not get reelected, whether they keep the Bears or let the Bears go. There's much bigger fish to fry.
It'll be in campaign ads.
For sure.
Because it's visible. That's the thing. It's no different to me than like gas prices. People see gas prices, so they hinge their opinions on it. Mm-hmm. People see their team leave, so they hinge an opinion on it. But does it actually have a bottom line effect? I doubt it.
No, not for many. Don is in Downers Grove. Morning, Don.
Hey.
Gotcha. All right, that'll be all for Don. Had to start there. He came out of the blocks. Mark in South Bend to wrap us up. What's up, Marky?
Hey, how you doing, Tyler and Shea? Good to chime in with you. About 6 months ago, I called into the station and I said the league probably would have to make an emergency meeting about the 10% equity partner limit they have for the Bears to stay in Illinois or Arlington Heights or whatever, and that wasn't going to happen. So I figured kind of the writing's on the wall, and this decision by the Bears board to consider Hammond as their number one alternative now is no real surprise to me, and that's the way it looks like it's playing out.
All right. Taking your victory lap. Congrats, Mark. All right. That is going to do it for us today here on Tyler and Shea. We will be back with you next week. Hopefully the Cubs and Sox can figure it out today as they both get back at it after both losing yesterday. And we'll be with you on Monday as well. The Cap and J Hood kicking things off 6 to 9 a.m. Thanks to Jake Lippman for producing today's show. The CDGA Golf Show coming up in 2 minutes.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Create your dream kitchen and save big money with help from Menards. Transform everyday spaces into gathering places with custom craft countertops. We offer stylish options with durability that will last for years to come, making your countertops the center of the home. Check out our kitchen showrooms in-store or visit Menards.com and get a free design estimate today. Plus, view our weekly flyer to find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hi, I'm Kristen Bell. As a mom, I want my kids to have full bellies, big dreams, and all the energy in the world to chase them. That is what I want for all kids. But right now, millions of kids in America are living with hunger. That means too many children are going without the meals they need to thrive. And that's just not okay. But the good news is this is a problem that we can all solve. No Kid Hungry works every day in schools, in communities, and during the summertime to make sure kids have healthy meals all year round. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. So let's do this. Let's give all the kids the chance to grow up healthy and strong.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Good morning and welcome in to the CDGA Golf Show here on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky alongside Mike Gilligan, who is live out at the Village Links for their Have One on Us weekend on this beautiful, beautiful Saturday morning. Should be lots of sunshine. Hopefully we dodge some of the rain later on, but a great day to get out there and play some golf today. And Mike's out at the Village Links. Morning, Mike. How's everything going on out there?
Beautiful, beautiful Saturday out here in Glen Ellen. And like you said, I'm here at the putting green. My back is to the 18th green here at the Village Links of Glen Ellen. And for a guy like me, this is truly, truly coming back home. This is the venue that I grew up with. I did my formidable junior golf, all my competition, got ready for collegiate golf and onward to professional and then into a career golf. But it all started for me when I was about 7, 8 years old, right here back in 1973. I hate to age myself, but in 1977, when the Village Links celebrated their 10th anniversary, they started this event called Have One on Us. And I have been now in this community for the better part of almost 60 years here, and I have yet to find a golf course or a community, if so much, that does something like this, where they turn back the clock in essence. And today, as well as yesterday, range balls here are free all day. And whether you're a resident or not, come on out, hit golf balls. It's a customer appreciation weekend here, and the Village Links does it right. Hot dogs, $2. Drinks, $2. And all of the events that they're having today cost nothing. So you get to compete and play, and have a chance to win all kinds of great prizes, among which is a key to the Village Links. And a key, if you win, and I think they're giving out about 100 of these things, if you win a key, that means you have the key to this place for one full day from sunrise to sunset. And everything is free. Cart, green fees, range balls for you and a friend. So today and yesterday is the place to be if you're a golfer. And if you want to get some good practice in and don't want to have to pay much, come on out to the Village Links here at Glen Ellen. Give us a visit. Come by, pick up a cap that we have here. Thomas, my trusty intern, is here with me. Come out and see him. But more than anything else, we're celebrating golf and having a great time doing it out here at the Village Links. Have one on us.
Yeah, they got a beautiful weekend for it, too. Dodged a little rain yesterday, but yeah, once the rain's kind of settled in, it has been very nice outside and feels like we're definitely taking a turn for the warmer temperatures here. About time, because it is the first week of June, almost wrapping up here. But no, there is something always very special about the place where like you grew up with the game, the first place that you really learned how to play. Like for me, it is Glenview Park, where I played last weekend, and they are a great presenting sponsor of our show here too. Ron Cassidy, Todd Vermillion, Gibson Martin all do a fantastic job out there. And I saw Gibson last week, but there's something about like the special place. Like I remember I played in this summer golf league, and it was me and 3 friends, and it was like every Monday we had a tea time, and it was like it was like a camp that we'd go out. I think we only played 9 at the time. But yeah, we would go out, we'd play 9, and then there were like competitions and prizes built within the camp too. It was a ton of fun. And it's kind of like the place where you learned how to play growing up. And there's always something special about that. And then I'm sure one day, like, you take your own kids to that spot and like, hey, this is where I grew up. This is where I learned the game. It is a cool thing to have that club or that course that you know, like, this is where it all sort of started for yourself.
Well, and yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. And for me, when I walked in the front door and looked to my left, there was the City Junior Championship plaque. And, you know, when your name is on there from when you were 15 years old and it's still there today, it kind of means something. And for me, this was home. I remember my father brought me here, and I played in a 3-hole tournament. I'm looking at the first tee where I teed off, and I think this was in 73 or 74. And it was the first time I'd ever set foot on a golf course. Up to that point, I played in the schoolyards. I literally would put soup cans in the ground and create my own 3-hole golf course, but it was all on bluegrass, you know, and amongst baseball fields. So when I had the chance to come out here, it's a 3-hole tournament. And, you know, and I had some skills. So I'm out playing, but I'm more intrigued about what is the bunker like. So I'm purposely aiming for the bunker to see what that was like. And then I remember playing the second hole when I got close to the water. I purposely dunked it in the water because I wanted to see a golf ball splash because we didn't have water hazards at the schoolyard.
Right, yeah.
And so at the end, I tied for first, and I remember my dad telling me, "You could have won that thing." And I said, "Yeah, but I just wanted to see what it was like to experience all this new stuff." And I was so enamored by how beautiful the fairways were. I will never forget that. It had such an impact. It's almost like when you walk up the steps at Wrigley and you kept that first, you know, view of the field. Yeah. For me, that moment when I walked onto the first fairway here at the Village Links changed my perspective and why I really learned to love this game. And it was just the agronomy, the way everything is put together. It's so beautiful. And that's when I fell in love with it. It was right here at the Village Links.
Yeah. If you've got your course that you grew up on, you want to shout out 312-332-3776. It is always a special place. It's part of why I love going back to Glenview Park, seeing all of the old, it brings back, like you're bringing that up, like you reminisce on some of the rounds that you played there as a kid, I feel like. And for me, like I remember being a kid and it was the first time that I had seen darkness and you had to like walk off the course because it started to get a little too dark out. And I don't know why that just sticks with me, but it was just the like, all right, let's hurry up. Let's try to get in like these final 2 holes here so we can hit the clubhouse and finish up the round. But it's just sometimes they're like not the most meaningful round, but it's just it sticks in your head for some reason. And it's just for some reason it becomes a core memory.
And to that point, there's also the front end of that same morning when it's dark and you're coming to a golf course and you watch the sun come up at a golf course to start the day. Again, I think that is also a very magical time. It's so serene, it's so quiet, and it's so beautiful. And but then all the chaos begins once you start putting clubs in your hand and balls are in flight, and then all of a sudden your perspective quickly changes. But to your point, it's so cool to come back and reminisce. And it's funny, I've got Thomas here, our intern, and I was explaining to him the cart path that comes up 18. I used to ride my bike up that thing every single day of every summer, and we'd have a locker here. My dad would get that. I'd lock the bike up, and Ed Posh, the head professional here, was almost like a second father. If I misbehaved or I did something that wasn't right up here, by the time my bike got back to the garage, my parents knew about it. And that's the way we were raised as kids. I mean, there was no internet, none of that stuff. And being a young person in the game back then, junior golf was not anything like it is today. In fact, we were sort of third-class citizens in many respects, but it was all the more reason why we had to mind our P's and Q's and be, with the proper etiquette and know where to be, what to do, and how to act on a golf course so that we could return and not give junior golfers a bad name. And then once you got your abilities to be good, then you knew you could fit in with anywhere. And then the confidence and enjoying growing up in the environment made it that much easier once you had a game that was somewhat respectable and better than most. So the Village Links gave all that to me. So for all of that, I'm ever so grateful.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's always good going back to the first course where you learned how to play. You want to join us, 312-332-3776. When we come back, we'll dive into the memorial, including some of the comments made by Jack Nicklaus in his yearly address at the memorial, as well about the PGA Tour schedule and some other things that are coming about as the PGA Tour looks to overhaul the schedule a little bit as well. Brian Rolap rolling some new ideas out there, and we're starting to get some structure and some bones as to what changes could be coming to the PGA Tour. Of course, we'll also update you on the leaderboard as well. All that's coming up next. The segment's been brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and Winnetka, west suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, Cantini, and Village Greens of Woodridge, and Southside gems like Harborside International. Kemper Sports offers something for everyone with impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years. Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crain's Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow Kemper Sports on social media.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
With Republic Bank of Chicago, you don't have to scramble to keep your business growing. Our commercial lending options will move your business from tee to green every time. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Check out the new clubhouse at Wing Park Golf Course in Elgin. Brand new this summer with new Chip Shots Whiskey Bar ready to serve food and drink. It is a great place to eat, play, and repeat. Check it out at wingparkgolf.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links. Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin, alongside Mike Gilligan, who's live out at the Village Links for their Have One on Us event. I'm Tyler Rocky with you on the CDGA Golf Show. We talk golf with you every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. right here on ESPN Chicago. If you want to join the conversation, 312-332-3776. So the Memorial going on right now, one of the best tournaments that we get on the PGA Tour every single year. 100%. And it's everything. It's got this big tournament feel to it every single year, obviously, with the connotation of Jack Nicklaus as well. Your leader right now, JT Poston, is 9 under. He's got a one-shot lead over Ryan Gerard. Sam Burns, Tommy Fleetwood, Eric Cole round out your top 5. But JT Poston is kind of, him and Gerard are kind of running away with this thing a little bit when you look at the space between them and where guys who are sitting inside the top 10 are situated right now. An 8-stroke lead over the group that's tied for 9th right now for JT. And it's one of those tournaments where anything can happen. It is a signature event, so there are these limited fields. And, I mean, you still have Scotty Scheffler, who he may be, 10 strokes back right now, but he still is always in these tournaments, as is Rory McIlroy. So it should be a fun chase to watch as those guys go at it out at Muirfield. But one of the interesting things that came up this week, and Jack Nicklaus does his state of golf, it feels like, press conference every single year at this event. And he was asked about the current format of the PGA Tour schedule.
I don't want to comment on the tour schedule because I'm not exactly in favor of what they're doing right now. But I haven't really had a conversation. I want to sit down with Brian and Jay and have that conversation. I hate to see tournaments bunched too much together with too big tournaments, or too many big tournaments too close together. That's a problem, I think. I think that's going to.
And he went on to say too, like, how much he thinks that could hurt the PGA Tour with the way that the schedule's formatted. And listen, I don't think he's wrong, really, when you look at the way that the whole schedule shakes out. And I think we're kind of in sort of the thick of it here with how it's all set up. I mean, you've got the Memorial this week, signature event. If you're a top profile golfer, you're playing in this event. Next week, you've got the Canadian Open, which may not seem like a big deal to some, but what if you're a Canadian player? What if you're Nick Taylor? That you want to go play in your country's Open. Then the week after that, you've got the U.S. Open. You're not skipping out on that, obviously. And then after that, you got the Travelers Championship. That's no weeks off in the month of June. That is we always talk about a guy, Doug Gim, right? Grinder on the tour, seems like he's out there every week. And some of these guys need to be out there every week, or otherwise you're in jeopardy of maybe losing your status if you're not going to make enough money over the course of the year to sustain yourself. But for some of these guys, having to go through an entire month stretch, it ain't easy, and it can certainly wear on you.
You know, it's interesting. The Memorial, believe it or not, this is the 50th year. And to your point, Jack does give that State of the Union in terms of golf in the way that he sees it. And Arnold used to do the same thing at Bay Hill when he was alive. And, you know, when you get to hear from one of the game's greats about their perspective, you know, it's like the old E.F. Hutton commercial. When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. And I think people need to listen to Jack. He is very insightful. And he's seen it from every aspect, and he can see it from the aspect of a true champion. And I think his concern is valid because, to me, none of this seemed to add up at the end of the day for a long-term systemic solution in the greater good of this game and the health and the finance and all the things that come with, you know, operating a PGA Tour for the elite. And I think he is right. I think it's becoming oversaturated when you start having some of the best players now willing to take those weeks off. It's like, to them, it's just another week. And all we're asking the sponsors to do is shell out more money. And I think Cam Smith's onto something, because I think the live players, after going through what they've gone through and watching the PIF kind of come now and go, he's stating, hey, this all has to come back to, you know, reality is really, I think, what he's trying to say. And I think it does. And I think you're going to have what I call maybe a financial recalibration in terms of what these purses are and how they're structured to hopefully protect what Jack's getting at. Because I do think it's becoming too much for these guys. And, you know, we're missing out too many times now, Rory versus Scotty. And now there's too many opportunities for these two elite players to be playing, but they're not playing together. Now, they will at the Open, but I'm not sure they will any of the other weeks that you mentioned in June, and, you know, other than this week. So, you know, that is the problem. You can now have these, you know, signature events, but at the same time, they're not quite as impactful, I think, as they were when they first came out. So in my opinion, I think they need to go less is more. And if I were commissioner, I'd sit down with Jack, because if you're going to start squashing that season down, I don't know how you get away from this problem other than having to bite the bullet and say, well, you know what, we're only going to have one signature event a month. And then if a major falls in it, well, then there'll be two. But that's it. That's it. And then they have to make decisions. But maybe that's how you bring the purses back to some sense of equality, but maybe it's more on the points versus, say, just the dollars. Because honestly, I think you're trending in the wrong direction with these exorbitant purses, asking for these sponsors to continue to shell out more money and ask the people to pay more money to attend these events. And I'm sure we'll get back to some of the ticket prices that were released for the next Ryder Cup and the Masters. But the only way you're going to make your profit and loss statement is you got to raise revenue. And if that means raising ticket prices at PGA Tour events, that's going to start to dissuade people on attending. And now you got a different kind of problem. So, you know, I applaud what Jack is saying, and because I think Jack's right on many different fronts. But it is a problem, and it's a comprehensive, complicated one at that, because you're going to be asking players to take less. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. No, and I think it's a good point, and especially when you bring up Rory, too, because Rory's playing in this event. Do you know how many events Rory McIlroy, including this one, has played in since he won the Masters, which was mid-April? So we're talking about almost 2 months now. So in the last 2 months, how many non-major events has Rory McIlroy played in?
Gosh, 2?
This is the second. Yeah, you hit it right on the head. Like, we really haven't seen much Rory McIlroy, and he is one of your biggest stars. And I think that's a problem when you're not having. And Now, I will say this. That may be more of a Rory issue than a tour issue because it's not like there hasn't been a bunch of signature events. In fact, I would even say you've probably front-loaded it a little too much with how you've built out the schedule so far this year. Like, after the Masters, you had this stretch of the RBC, signature event. Then you go to the Zurich, not a signature event. Then you go Cadillac, signature event. Truist, signature event. PGA Championship, which is a major, and then you get back to some of the smaller events there. Like, you're talking about a stretch of 4 and 5 weeks of, like, can't miss stuff, and then what happens in the month of July? In July, you've got the Open Championship, and that's about it for headliners. There's no signature events in July, and you're kind of done with, like, big-time events for the rest of the year until you get to the FedEx playoff in the middle of August. So it is weird how this season has been spaced out. And Jack continued to talk a little bit about some of the problems with the schedule and how he managed his schedule as a player.
I think it's harder for your tournament to stand out. I mean, if you looked at the schedule of, we're involved in the Cognizant down in Florida. And, we have Pebble Beach and Los Angeles Tigers event, and then Cognizant. Then we had Bay Hill and the Players. I mean, what chance has that tournament had? It sits right in the middle of those. They don't have a chance. The other tournaments too also say, I've got 4 out of 5. It's hard for guys to play. See, the problem is not so much from the standpoint of it's hard for the players to really play that much and be on top of their game. And that to me is, I look at it from the way I was as a player. I could play a couple of weeks in a row, maybe 3 weeks in a row, but I needed some time off to be able to recharge the batteries. And I think everybody needs to recharge their batteries. So to jam it all in one period of time, then leave the rest of the year open, I think it's tough. I don't know whether that answers your question or not. But I mean, I think that's. I don't think it's a problem yet, but I think it will be if we don't address it.
And he's right. Like the Cognizant or the old Honda Classic, like it used to. It has a tough chance of actually becoming a big time event. First of all, it's in Florida. There's great golf everywhere in Florida. And then on top of that, too, you've got it sandwiched between the Genesis and you've got it sandwiched between the Arnold Palmer Invitational. 2 signature events. How are you supposed to stand a chance when you're in between there? Not that every tournament has to feel like the Super Bowl, but you can't have certain tournaments feel like preseason games.
No, and I think what's interesting about Jack's perspective is several. Number one, he's not only the greatest major champion ever to play the game, but he could be what I consider the greatest major champion in terms of being a husband, a father, and just a friend. I mean, this guy is on top of every aspect of his life in ways that all the players, even in today's world, are in envy of how Jack was able to get it done and get it done in record fashion. So I tell you all this because he's also a very community-minded person, and that's why and how he started the memorial 50 years ago. He wanted to give back to the community where he grew up. As we talked about the opening, back home. He wanted to give back he knew Scioto could not host an event. So Jack went out and found this property and built what we're seeing here today. And just to give you a perspective of how things have changed, Roger Maltby won this event back in 1976, and he won $40,000 on a $200,000 purse. So how things have changed since Jack started this. But Jack gives back, and his second half of life post-golf has all been down in South Florida. That Cognizant event is in his backyard, literally. So he's looking out for the little guy now as well. He's got this signature event, but he's also looking at the small event. This event could fall by the wayside, and that would kill Jack because of all the work he does in that community, the hospitals that they have their names on, children's hospitals down there. The amount of work that the Nicholas family does is, it's unbelievable. And so when Jack looks at the future, he's looking at it from a variety of perspectives. And I think the sustaining ability to stay in an event that is relevant and can do the things that it needs to do in the community is all part of what he's talking about. Because if this thing starts to sour and the product goes a little bit bad, well, companies aren't going to support it and people aren't going to want to watch it. And if they're not want to watch it in person, that means they're probably not going to want to watch it on TV. So everybody starts to lose. So I feel the PGA Tour is at a major, major crossroads at the moment. But I'm so glad that Jack Nicklaus is standing up, sitting down, whatever, but he's speaking up. And Brian Rolap, please listen. That would be my only advice.
Yeah. By the way, you brought up the prize and the purse from Roger Maltby winning the inaugural Memorial. If for those who want to compare, so it was $40,000 for the winner, $200 for the total purse. If you finish 24th in this year's Memorial, you'll make the total purse of $200,000. If you finish 62nd, you will finish with the same amount of money that Roger Maltby came away with for winning the inaugural at $40,000. So, boy, have these purses changed. I mean, signature event or not, these purses have really taken a crazy swing, and definitely for the better for the players.
Definitely for the players, and I it's good because hey, this is our system here in America. You can get wealthy if you can find the right situation, and if you can find the job and it pays, well, God bless you. And I think that's what's happening here, but I don't see it sustaining. And I think that's where the recalibration, and I think they're going to get one good shot at doing this. And hopefully they're able to take care of everybody, but there's going to be some unhappy campers at the end of this. There are going to be people on the periphery looking in, why can't I be on that first track versus the second track? Because that's what they're talking about, is two types of tracks. And I'm not so sure about that. I know it works in soccer and Premier, and you have that relegation, and I think that's what they're looking towards, which on some hand would be pretty cool, but I think you really got to pay attention about the fatigue factor and what you're asking these players to do to be able to maintain, their presence in that track one. And the track one's going to be having all the pay purses, but I'm not sure how you differentiate between track two and the Korn Ferry Tour.
Right.
That to me is the biggest question in my mind. How are we going to distinguish the two now?
Yeah, let's discuss that when we come back here, because that has started to roll itself out, what the new format of the PGA Tour schedule could be, and will it define new CEO Brian Rolap's legacy as the head honcho of all of professional golf right now. We'll discuss that when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Golf Elgin.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Elevate your game and help open the game to others. With a CDGA membership, you become better through golf. As a member, you'll receive an official USGA handicap index to validate your game, plus exclusive member perks, special competitions, unforgettable excursions, and insider communications. Your membership can quickly pay for itself. Memberships fuel CDGA's Sunshine programs, expanding access to the game and ensuring it thrives for generations to come. Learn more about membership at cdga.org.
As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 10th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Chicagoland's own Tour Edge Golf has launched their all-new Exotic Series drivers. They offer explosive distance driven by industry-leading MOI, guaranteeing more accuracy and confidence off the tee. Designed with full carbon construction and pyramid face technology to achieve maximum distance, power, and forgiveness. The low-spin Exotics LS, the ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-inducing Exotics Light drivers deliver performance above all else. 3 distinct designs, 1 uncompromising Exotic standard. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
White Sox fans, summer baseball is calling, and so are the savings. Grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section. Enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on weekday games and $25 on weekend games. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Bullfrog Spa's Swim, Soak, and Save sale is going on now. Bullfrog Swim Spas feature the patented jetpack therapy system for personalized massage. Through June 15th, enjoy up to $4,000 off MSRP on select models. Get a Bullfrog hot tub and let them know that Sylvie sent ya.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Geneva National. It's the CDGA Golf Show here on ESPN Chicago, as talking about the PGA Tour schedule and how it could be overhauled in the near future. Again, this won't take place in 2027. It obviously won't take place this year. This is probably more of a 2028 change that we can expect to see to the PGA Tour here. But it came out, there was a proposed model for how the tour could look in 2028. They're still hammering out some of these details. But CEO of the tour, Brian Rolapp, said that there's momentum to announce these changes later on in the summer. And it was what you were alluding to before we hit the break there, Mike, was the 2 tracks. There's the number 1 track and the 2 tracks. So it kind of almost splits the tour up from where it is right now. You get track 1 events and you get track 1 golfers. And then you got to keep up on track 1 if you are a member of that track. And you're right, it does muddy the waters, and I think it may push down some of these events that already aren't getting much love. But if you're putting track 1 status on a number of these events throughout the year, what incentive is there really to watch track 2 golf is what I'm wondering ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, and that becomes the more complicated piece of this overall equation and problem to solve. And I think when I really put my sort of upper management, broadcasting, all of that hat on, I start to think about, well, how are you going to tell the story of track 1 versus track 2? You know, why are they going to turn in and watch Colonial versus, say, the John Deere, if one's a signature and one's not? One's track 1, one's track 2. Do you decide geographically to have these things on opposite ends of the coast so that from a timing perspective, maybe we're always getting golf prime time, either track 1 or track 2? You know, I think they're going to have to deliver the content in a way that is going to be unique, different, but really, really cool. And I'm not sure what that answer is. I'm That's a pay grade much higher than me. But at the same time, I think the way they present this overall solution somehow has to have broadcasting a part of it. Otherwise, they can take a look at Live and see what happens when you don't have a good television partner. Your product doesn't get seen, and it just doesn't resonate, and it doesn't become relevant. And I would fear that the Track 2 would be almost a little like Live, except quieter.
Yeah, a lot quieter. I wonder if Track 2 is kind of, if the way that it all shakes out is kind of their foray into a league that's all built on streaming, whether it's Peacock, whether it is ESPN Plus, whether it is something else. Maybe it's their own entity that they put out there, and they kind of stray away from the ESPN Plus side of PGA Tour Live, and they kind of turned into its own operation and make it a full functioning thing for Track 2. I don't know exactly what the future is going to be. I would just say, be careful. Be careful with something like that, where you are going into uncharted waters and trying to learn this thing on the fly. I get that. Brian Rolapp comes from the NFL, obviously a very smart league. Anything that they touch turns to gold. But I would say, for as smart as you may be, golf does not have the pull that football does. And that's something that I think he knows. He doesn't need to learn that, but you can't always swing your weight around like football does, where you can have these Peacock exclusive games, these YouTube exclusive games, put them on Netflix or any which streaming service. You can do that in the NFL, and we'll find you. You can't do that necessarily with golf.
Right. And I look at golf a little like stock car. They're individual, drivers.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a team, that supports them, mechanics, mental coaches, navigators, people on the radio, the whole thing. But I don't ever remember turning on Daytona or Talladega or Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Coca-Cola 600, and half the field's not there.
Right.
Like, all the drivers show up for every race. And that's what needs to happen in this scenario. But I think you're going to start diluting the number of events and the significance of these events. And then what is the distinguishing feature between this track and that track? And yes, it's going to have the star names up at the one track, but due to relegation and whatnot, there's going to probably be names we recognize over in Track 2. But does that give you enough onus to want to tune in? I mean, unless, the only way I think Track 2 survives is that becomes the way that the live players come back, and that's where John Rahm goes, Bryson DeChambeau goes. But even if they spend a year or whatever playing over there, then what happens long-term to Track 2 when you graduate all the bigger players?
Right.
Because if they're going to allow, let's say, DP World Tour, your performance there, you do well, are you coming over to Track 1 or Track 2? Because it used to be, because Patrick Reed's going to come over and be a tour member here in relative short order due to his performance on the DP World Tour. So this thing has got tentacles beyond tentacles that all have to be figured out. But when you start thinking about this whole concept of relegation on an individual sport like this, it's going to be interesting how the Scotties, like, for example, like Ricky Fowler, the event that he's having right now and the year that he's having, he could be facing relegation.
Yeah.
Now, how does a guy like that feel about that? Would you want to go play? I mean, you've made hundreds of millions of dollars. You're now being forced to go play Track 2, and you're 42 years old. Are you going to do that?
Yeah.
Maybe you will.
I
don't know.
Really comes down to how much do you love it. Can I just – all right, so the model currently has your top 90 golfers are the ones that qualify for Track 1. Can I give you who numbers 91 through 95 are, and then maybe some of the other headliners of who would be on Track 2 here? Let me read them out to you. Davis Thompson, Marco Penge, John Perry, Mark Hubbard, Billy Horschel, S.H. Kim, and then, like, if you want some of the other big or bigger names that would be a part of Track 2, you got Tom Kim, Joel Damon, Lucas Glover, Mackenzie Hughes. Like, is this bringing anyone to the television here?
No, because if those people all jumped to live, what would you have said?
You wouldn't bat an eye.
You would have said, yeah, you'd be like, oh, well, I'm not, that doesn't bother me.
Godspeed,
got
yeah.
all these guys. So I look at this as almost a microcosm of what we are going through or just went through with Liv if we're not careful, Brian. And that's really kind of, I think, what Jack's message is at the end of the day.
Yeah, because, okay, I liken the Korn Ferry Tour, a lot of the Korn Ferry Tour, to kind of like what minor league baseball is for MLB.
100%.
And it's like guys who are fresh out of college, but there's pedigree. Like there's guys that are just going to jump straight to the tour, but there's some guys who still need to cut their teeth in a little bit and make sure they're ready to get onto the tour and have to earn their way onto the tour. And that's where the Korn Ferry Tour is fascinating. And it's like, all right, these are all the guys who like are going to be stars one day. Like Scotty was on the Korn Ferry Tour not too long ago, like a little over 5 years ago. Like you're kind of watching the up and coming prospects within the game on that Korn Ferry Tour. It's a developmental tour. Again, paid, but it's a developmental tour. I feel like this tour, this Track 2 tour, you kind of find yourself in a combination of the guys who are called like quadruple A players in baseball, just those lifelong guys who aren't good enough to be in the major leagues, but they're also not bad enough to quite give up the game yet, the quad A players, or like the equivalent of indie ball. Like I feel like that's what you're almost creating with Track 2 if this is the model that you're moving forward. And I feel like you almost take the relevancy out for a lot of those guys. Like, yeah, some guys are going to bounce up and back and forth through the relegation system. I get that. But there's also going to be a number of guys who just kind of get forgotten and into the ether, and you never hear from them again.
There'll be the Crash Davises of golf.
Yeah, right.
That's really what they are from the major league. I mean, that's what he was. He was a long-term minor league player, had a career, but and there are guys that are that way in hockey as well. And I just don't know that it's going to have enough intrigue, interest, unless they do something else to make this something you want to consume. It's easy to consume, easy to find, but I just don't think when you look at the 4 Ps again, if you don't have the product, the players to drive the interest, I don't see it. I look at what's happening with the Champions Tour. The Champions Tour is relevant. It doesn't get anywhere near the same views, impressions, and ratings as a PGA Tour event. So I guess my question is, what's the difference between Track 2 and guys that were really amazing players but now have turned 50? Yeah. I fear for that product right now. Yeah. And I don't understand how you're going to ask a title sponsor who's been accustomed to paying X to be on the big tour, oh, you're on Track 2, but we still need the same amount of money out of you. In fact, we actually need a little more.
Right, yeah.
Do you really going to do that from a sports marketing buy?
Yeah, I get the allure of relegation, but and it's kind of the model golf already has to a degree in terms of like tour cards and stuff like that, but I would just leave it as is. I don't think you don't need to deflate some of the events that are already out there. I don't know. I think this is gonna be really tough to navigate here, and especially for a sport like golf that's riding with some momentum here. I don't know if you necessarily need to tinker with the format of how we're doing things week to week. I think you need to maybe tinker with the way that the events are put on from the standpoint of geography and capitalizing in big markets, bring back in a Chicago, get more consistent in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, like get back to a lot of those places and what they're doing in Miami, obviously with the Cadillac too, get back to those places and not necessarily, all right, let's revamp how we're operating with this whole tour. It's going to be an interesting quest for Brian Rolep as we move forward here. All right, when we come back, we'll give you some updates from the Memorial. Mike is out at the Village Links for a great event, the Have One on Us event that's taking place. I hear a little bit of a crowd roar out there. What took place out there?
You won't believe what. He won't believe it. The guy just okay. So if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, the 18th hole is directly behind me. The flag is right over my left shoulder. A gentleman in the blue golf bag who's walking up just sank a ball from about 180 yards out and made it for a deuce. He made an eagle at 18, and there's like 6 or 8 people just here watching people finish, and they watched it, and they just went nuts.
Wow. All right, so they're making some noise out there at the Village Links. Get on out there today.
Making some noise already here.
Get on out there. It's a great event going on there. Have One on Us event that they do as a customer appreciation. So it's taking place out in Glen Ellen right now. Check it out. Great deals all day. Free range balls, too, if you just want to go hit some balls, too. All right, when we come back, we'll give you some updates on what's taking place out at the Memorial. That's next here on the CDGA Golf Show. This segment brought to you by Geneva National.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Break away to Kohler, just 2 hours north of Chicago, host of 6 majors and the Ryder Cup. Play 72 holes of championship golf at Whistling Straits and Black Wolf Run and the Baths, a 10-hole par 3. Experience the Kohler Waters Spa and explore hundreds of acres of outdoors. 2026 golf packages with 2 to 5 night accommodations are available to book now. Book early for best rates and availability. Call 855-718-3588 and reserve your custom stay today.
Like a good caddy, the Treasury Management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Injured after hours? Don't wait. The all-new IBJI Access app gives you immediate orthopedic help wherever you are, whenever you need it. With just a few quick steps, you can chat directly with an IBJI clinician. Tell us what happened, and our clinical team will review your information and respond as soon as possible. It's fast, it's easy, and it's for new and existing patients. Download the IBJI Access app today. Just search IBJI in the App Store.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Save big money on your next project when you shop at Menards. Transform your garage in one weekend with Rust-Oleum's rock-solid garage floor coating kit. It provides a durable, showroom-quality finish that can be driven on in 24 hours. Pick up Rock-Solid's garage floor coating kit. On sale now through June 7th. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
It's
It's the CDGA Golf Show. This segment brought to you by Tour Edge here on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you as we update you on what's taking place out at the Memorial Jack's tournament here. JT Poston is your leader at 9 under. As we hit move-in day here on this Saturday, Ryan Gerard 1 stroke off the lead. Sam Burns 3 strokes off the lead. Then you get a little bit of a drop-off there. Tommy Fleetwood 4 under. Eric Cole 3 under. Patrick Cantlay, Xander Schauffele, Wyndham Clark all at 2 under. And then Alex Fitzpatrick, Aaron Rai, Shane Lowry all at 1 under. That rounds out your top 10 in ties. Some of the other notables, you've got Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy each at 1 over right now. They'll be teeing off over the course of the next 35 or so minutes. So Scotty and Rory looking to get back into the thick of things. But for a tournament of this profile, probably not the leaderboard that people were expecting to have guys like JT and I should say JT Poston, not Justin Thomas, JT Poston, and then Ryan Gerard, Sam Burns atop your leaderboard here after 2 days.
You know, you're right, except that golf courses that play this very difficult. I mean, even I think Justin Thomas, as you mentioned earlier, he came out and quoted after his round yesterday, he said he thought that was the toughest round he's ever played in his career, as far as being out on a golf course that played extraordinarily difficult with the winds. They could not get these winds to, you know, behave or stay consistent in what they thought it was doing. And then by the time they got over it and struck the shot, the wind changed or became worse. And I think we saw Scotty
yeah. Oh, yeah.
with Ted, his caddy, the other day as a result. But when you combine that with 4 inches of cabbage, and I'm not talking grass, this is cabbage, folks. You put it in this stuff in Ohio at this time of the year, as humid as it is, it's truly penalizing. And so a guy like JT Poston, he's up there now, but come, 48 hours from now, I don't know if it's the same leaderboard by any stretch of the imagination. And I think that's what makes, Memorial and Dublin, Ohio, a special spot. And it almost has that feel of major championship golf because the golf course is truly a big boy golf course. And I would expect some of the guys that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard to come back to the field a little bit. And I think you're going to start seeing some of the experience start to pay off in the Wyndham Clarks, the Xander Schauffele's, and even a guy like Alex Fitzpatrick. Keep your eye on that guy. He's coming up big, and an event like this, a strong showing here, could do wonders for a guy like him heading into the Canadian Open and eventually the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I also look at, the number of 75, so 3 overs that we saw, 75 or worse for guys that not only made the cut, but guys that you're seeing inside the top 20 and top 30 of this event right now is astonishing. Like, take a look at a guy like Nick Taylor, a 78 yesterday, and he's currently sitting inside the top 30 right now. Like, that is insane that those are the type of scores that got you through into the weekend.
Well, and you consider Alex Smalley. He's been having a heck of a season.
Yeah.
He's a great hard course player. Ricky Fowler. These guys shot 83, 76, 79, 82. These are the elite players of the world. So when the cut is at +5, and we're seeing these Looney Tune events when -30's winning and you got to be 8 under to make the cut. So this really is what I think about true tournament golf conditions is this, where you drive it wrong and you're going to be penalized, but you are going to be rewarded for cutting fairways right in half and being able to put it in spots where you need to on a course like this, because it doesn't let up. It doesn't have a stretch where it's like, okay, finally I can take my foot off the gas a little. I can, take my mind off of things just for a moment here because we're at this stretch of the course. It doesn't let up. It just doesn't. And then when you throw the wind that they had over the last 2 days, it makes the thing just, an utter confusing mess to try to figure out.
Yeah, 6 rounds of 80 plus for people that missed the cut in this event so far. So we'll continue to keep our eye on the memorial as it's Jack's event out at Jack's Place in Muirfield, and keep you up to date on all that's happening out there. When we come back, Noel Allen will join us, GM out at the Village Links, and tell us about the event that's taking place this week. That is the Have One on Us, a give back to all of the great customers of the Village Links out in Glen Ellen. He'll join us to discuss that coming up next.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Tour Edge Golf introduces the all-new Exotic Series drivers, built with full carbon construction and pyramid-based technology. The low-spin Exotics LS, ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-boosting Exotics Lite deliver performance above all else. Learn more at touredge.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Players Club passes for weekday discounted play. Full memberships are still available for the committed player as well. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Fox Bend Golf Course, the gem of the western suburbs. Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. Come to Oswego Land, only 45 minutes from downtown, and play some of the most superb green complexes in the area. All skill levels are welcome to play this 6,900-yard par 72 course. Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Open championships, and this year they will host the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book a tee time today at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
The road to an unforgettable soccer experience starts at Twin Peaks. Enter the Twin Peaks Goal for Goal giveaway presented by Michelob Ultra and Casamigos for your chance to win a world-class stadium experience. Enter at TwinPeaksSoccer.com by June 14th. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. This segment brought to you by Republic Bank. As we continue to roll along here, Mike is out live at the Village Links, and that's where we're joined now by the GM of the Village Links, Noel Allen, with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. And Noel, thanks so much for joining us today. Beautiful day that you got here for a great event with the Have One on Us that you're doing out there at the Village Links today.
We are always happy to have Mike Gilligan come back out to his home course. Fun to see him, fun to hear his stories.
And we got plenty of them. Tyler, this has been so cool for me. My mother actually just stopped by. She actually works here. She's a part-time employee, so I have my number one fan here. But Noel, it's so good to be here. Thanks for having us out. Give the listeners a little historical background as to why and how this event came up, because in all the years of being around this region of our district, there's no other public facility that says thank you quite like the Village Links does.
Yeah, that's true. So I started playing golf here in the mid-'80s, and I started working here in 1987, and our general manager back then, Matt Pekarik, started this event on the 10th year anniversary of the golf course, so in 1977, just a way to give back to our customers with all kinds of nice prizes and giveaways and community. We had a family cookout last night, which was pretty fun. So it's got a lot of history. It's changed throughout the years, of course, but we're certainly thrilled to just do it every year and bring it back and get that community sense.
Yeah, and just being around here today for the last few hours, it's amazing the community that you bring up, the residential program that they have here in Glen Ellen is second to none. I mean, if you're a resident of Glen Ellen here and you get to play, the Village Links is almost like a public country club, I would say.
Yeah, well, that is definitely our mantra. We want the residents of Glen Ellen to feel this is their personal, private country club.
Oh, and they do. And I can already see how some of the members here have already approached you. And to let you know just about what's happening out there. So you know you're at a great course when your own customer is sharing what is going on with their course to make you aware of it. Because to me, the customer who really doesn't care is the one that stays quiet and just leaves.
That's true. Yeah.
Here, you've got people who genuinely love and care about this place. And I think it all stems and starts from the culture that's brought about by guys like you, Doug Pins, and the legendary Ed Posh.
Yeah, Ed was amazing, and we certainly miss him. He was like a father figure for me. I know you mentioned the same thing earlier about yourself, and it's what makes you come back. It's what makes you feel like you're welcome here, and it really does help for us. You know, it's a big part of our success.
Yeah, and you'd mentioned in 1977 that this got started as sort of a turn back the clock. They reversed the pricing back to 1967. Obviously, in today's age, you can't do that anymore. But for $2 hot dogs, $2, soft drinks and sport drinks, and you've got a range that's free all day. And it was free all day yesterday, as I'm
in the evening, yes.
In the evening.
Yeah.
So, folks, if you want to practice or just come out and be a part of this, come on out to the Village Links, 485 Winchell Way in Glen Ellen. And come on out, stop by, pick up a ESPN CDGA cap, say hello to Noah Allen. But the programming is second to none here for juniors, for the ladies, for the beginning adults. Tell us about all the different things you have to offer. It's not just the elite player that you take care of here at the Village Links.
Yeah, that's true. We try to make sure we have a very big player engagement program, starting with the juniors, like you said. Ed, as we mentioned, started a program many, many, many years ago, and we've always had hundreds and hundreds of kids every year, and so we feel like we're always developing that pipeline of our next golfer. It's really great to engage and work with those kids. So we have camps every single day from June to August. We have adult programs for beginners that want to get into the game. We've got great ladies leagues. We have something for everybody out here.
You certainly do. And, the other thing that I love about the Village Links is the right-in-your-face, proactive keep pace. And this started out when I was a kid. And I think we were the only course that started this in the beginning. And I think some courses looked at it's like, what are you guys doing over there? But the ability to make sure that your round of golf is a great experience and one that can easily be ruined by slow play. And the Village Links takes it upon themselves to proactively make sure that when you play your round of golf, if there's anything that you guys can control, you do. And you even incentivize people if they do play in the appropriate amount of time. Tell us about that.
So, again, many years ago, one of our very thoughtful general managers came up with this program about focusing on the group ahead of you rather than the time or even what's behind you. So it's basically just playing 4 hours or keep up with the group ahead of you. So we drive that home at the first tee. We've got a video that we play at the first tee that talks about that. We have some new technology. We have the Tag Marshall Golf GPS in our carts, and it tells everybody where they are in relation to the group ahead. If you're ahead, behind, delay, or being delayed, our rangers have a tablet. It basically notifies them if there's a group that's slow. So, yeah, we're proactively going after, trying to make sure we're managing play and incentivizing people to get up. We beg them basically to catch back up, and it does. It pays off because it's, one group can affect many, many groups behind them. So, always done it.
And what's amazing, this is a municipal golf course, but you would never know it if you walked on here. I mean, you would think that this is like a resort. I mean, it's run like a resort. You're treated like it's a resort, but it's literally a municipal-owned golf course. And that's what I think makes this place so cool and so special. And the beta testing and how you guys wrap technology into this, I'm amazed. I'm looking across this putting green at how size? That thing's got to be about 56 inches or so.
Yep,
That thing's huge.
55-inch portrait TV.
They've got a
huge
portrait TV. And this goes to show you, Tyler, about the new people coming into the game, because I think what Noel explained earlier before he came on is how since COVID, we've got so many new players. They don't necessarily know how to properly fix a ball mark. And they show a video to every single foursome that comes through before they set out to the first tee that goes over all these fine little tips so that they never miss, but at the same time, they're educating through video. And I think back to, back when I grew up here, it was pencil and paper and it was word of mouth. And it's amazing how the Village Links, a municipal-owned golf course, is able to stay ahead of the curve from a technology perspective. How else are you wrapping technology into the customer experience?
We try to always be ahead and look and see what we can do to add value to our customer in our round of golf. We use Golf Genius. Many places do. You have live scoring on events through like our tournament today, our leagues. It's really great. You can have you be entering scores through the GPS unit or even on your phone, and so it's GPS to the driving range targets. Used to be you had to go out and shoot them every day and update them, and sometimes they wouldn't maybe be accurate. So now it's accurate every day and available 24/7. So it's those types of things. We're trying to bring that types of technology out there. There's obviously technology out there on driving ranges and gamification and stuff like that. So we're not quite there, but we're always looking to see how we can add it and make sure we're adding great value to our golfers.
And one of the things that people used to say about those that got to play at the Village Links, that the Glen Ellen residents were so spoiled. But then you guys came up with this VIP program. And to me, if you're not a Glen Ellen resident, you really got to pay attention to this VIP program, because you can be almost treated like a Glen Ellen resident without being one and allow this to be your home course. So tell us about the VIP program.
I appreciate you bringing that up. It's basically it's just a way for you to almost essentially be a resident or a member. And so really it's our members that we're trying to create. So if you're a resident or VIP, you're one of our members, and if you bring somebody, they're a guest. So it's just you pay a small fee to get a discount, and it pays for itself. You play 5 or 6 rounds of golf. So we're just trying to incentivize people to come out here more often and not choose to go down the street.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, if you've never played the Village Links, Noel and I grew up here. We both tried to qualify for Western Opens, U.S. Opens, U.S. Amateurs out of this place. Yeah. And why? Because this golf course is just that good. Yeah. And so if the USGA, the PGA of America, and the PGA Tour all feel that this is worthy of a qualifier, trust me, it's worthy for you to come out and check it out. Noel, thanks for spending a few minutes with us. And I'll tell you what, the Village Links is in good hands with you at the helm, and I'm proud to say that I know you.
I appreciate that. I've had a lot of great mentors in my life, and you included in that, and Dave Glad and all the Matt McCarrick, Jeff Besovic, a lot of great people that have helped me get to where I am today. So I appreciate you as well.
Well, the Village Links is a hotbed for personalities in golf, let's say. How about that?
I would agree with that, definitely.
Well, Tyler, that's it with Noel here. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thanks, Noel, for joining us. Appreciate the time there. And when we come back, we'll continue to look into the PGA Tour and also the Bears Stadium and the impact that it could have on local golf. That's coming up next. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Make the move to Republic Bank of Chicago. Avoid the hazards of subpar banking with our business checking accounts, each uniquely designed to get your business up and down. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and Winnetka, west suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, Cantini, and Village Greens of Woodridge, and Southside gems like Harborside International. Kemper Sports offers something for everyone with impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years. Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Cranes Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow Kemper Sports on social media.
Save big in everything when you shop at Menards. Preparing paint projects has never been easier with Zinsser Bullseye 123. It's formulated to block stains and provides excellent adhesion on glossy surfaces for all interior and exterior applications. Save big on Bullseye 123 Primer and start your next painting project today. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com to find great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club, a pure golf experience, as we got big news yesterday on the Chicago Bears Stadium topic that has dominated a lot of this city over the course of the last, feels like a couple of years at this point, Mike. But the board for the Chicago Bears voted to advance with Hammond, Indiana. So that's the current state of where things are now. Not everything's official. It's not. I don't think anyone will believe it's official until there is a shovel in the ground and they start building this thing up. But from the golf angle of it, it's important because Hammond, Indiana, and the proposed site. Now, the Bears were very vague. They did not put in an exact location within the confines of Hammond, Indiana, that they were looking at to build up a stadium. However, it's always been the rumor, and the proposed site that Hammond's pitched forth is on the grounds of Lost Marsh, which would mean Lost Marsh Golf Course is no more if this is the way that things go. And I know that would hurt a lot of people in the Chicagoland area, in the Northwest Indiana area, who love that golf course. And it is a huge part of the golfing community for the Chicago district.
No, you're 100% right about that. In fact, we have, I think, about 4,000 plus members in Northwest Indiana. So we do call quite a few courses and members over in that part of the state of Indiana, an important part of who we are. And most notably, we made a deal with Great Clips, and one of the reasons why they were so interested is the presence that we do have in Northwest Indiana. So when we heard that news, at first we thought it was fake news, of course, but then the reality started to set in, and it got me thinking, depending on what the plans are, where the stadium would go, and how this whole complex, what it would look like, and how it would figure into things, Could they do what they did down at the Brickyard when they had 9 holes inside the track and 9 holes out? Could we do something so that the golf course could still play in the midst of this magnificent-looking stadium, whatever the thing looks like, and not lose a golf course? Because that's a good one. And I also think for Chicagoans who now need to kind of rethink how they're going to spectate Chicago Bear football going in the future if this thing were to happen. I mean, golf trips might be a reason. Well, hey, honey, I got to leave Friday. I got to get over there to play golf so I can get my parking spot to go to the game. Yeah. So to me, I almost think you could use this as a means of having to package golf in part of your tailgating experience and putting it all together. But I was not happy to hear the news at all. I really, really thought we had a much smarter government about us, but I've been proven wrong before.
So, that's interesting you bring up the Brickyard situation, because I haven't thought of that, and how the Brickyard, and obviously a much bigger property than what the Bears would be operating with Lost Marsh, but the Brickyard has always been fascinating to me, the fact that there's just a golf course and a couple holes off the course that are just inside the track. And obviously the Bears aren't putting a hole or two near their stadium, but if it is still like maintainable within the proximity somehow, I don't know how feasible it is. But if there were a way to still keep Lost Marsh, you want to talk about a great day. How about you go down, you play 18 early in the morning, and then 3:30 game against the Packers, and you watch that. You skip on over to whatever they call this stadium down in Hammond, and you watch a little bit of Bears-Packers, or maybe you golf in the morning, you tailgate in the afternoon, and then it's a Sunday night game or a Monday night game or a Thursday night game that you catch a little bit of in prime time.
See, now you're cooking with gas about the night games. And they could do almost like double shotguns on night games. And you really start to think about some of the way you could package Bear football and golf as an overall package when you consider how you're going to sell the luxury suites and, season ticket packages, rights for tee times, things of that nature. So it might be more than just a simple Sunday football experience as we commonly know at the place we call Soldier Field. But I think this could be a bit along the lines of a Disney World-esque type of approach, whatever that means. And to me, the canvas is nothing but a big blank sheet. So why can't golf be part of it or just repositioned? Because that's really what Pete Dye did at the Brickyard. He took the 9 holes in, 9 holes out, and turned it into only 4 in, but they're 4 really, really cool holes. And so when you're there, you're part of the experience, even if there's no cars running. And they say when you are playing golf and they're testing, or it is pretty cool watching a car 250 miles an hour in the straightaway while you're putting for birdie is pretty unique. And so I think it would be kind of cool just to see, hey, we're playing over by the stadium. What's going on? It's the summer. Well, the Bears aren't playing, but there's a huge concert coming. And I just think that the activity of the stadium combined with that golf course could really produce some cool experiences, and who knows, maybe even a new name for the course.
Yeah, no, it would be interesting. At the end of the day, though, it's probably, if they end up in Hammond, probably spells the end for Lost Marsh. It'd be, if that is the, in fact, site that they are looking for to put the stadium, it'd be tough. I don't know exactly how the spacing would work out, because, again, you're not just building a stadium. You're building a whole entertainment district on top of that. That includes shops. That includes hotels. That includes, you're going to need a hell of a lot of parking, too, because that's been one of the big complaints at Soldier Field is that, hey, we don't have enough parking spots and enough tailgating spaces for fans on game days. So I don't know exactly what the future holds for Lost Marsh, but if you do love that course, you're probably hoping this thing stays in Illinois, because it probably spells the end of Lost Marsh, and sooner rather than later it likely would impact it, because once the construction starts, that's probably all for the golf course, unfortunately.
Yeah, unless you consider golf still part of that entertainment model. But again, it all comes back to space and how it lays itself out. So, a landscape architect or, recreational residential type architect could probably come up with a scenario, if the space allows for it, to make it all happen. Because when you mention parking, in this day and age, according to some of our doctors in our agronomy division, Dr. Derek Settle, they are coming out with turf, Tyler, that requires less water, less chemical, but it's actually tougher and more durable and plays better than the grass we've been playing on. I tell you all of this because that spells a great ability to park cars without damaging golf courses. The University of Michigan parks on the golf course for the big
football
house.
game. Yeah,
a lot of colleges do that. So if they're looking for that, that could be also solving two problems at one time. But I would hate for the golf course to be totally just go away completely. I would love for it to be perhaps relocated, renovated, because trust me, when you're spending this kind of money, a golf course is a spit in the bucket in terms of everything else they're spending money on. So at least this particular entity would give a return on the investment in the way of revenue. So I would think they would, want to really think hard and long about saying completely goodbye to Lost Marsh as we know it. I mean, I'm sure that's going to happen, but I'd leave the door a little bit open for the possibility of, having it still a part of it. Maybe it's only 9 holes, but that's okay.
Yeah. No, it's interesting, too, you bring up the parking situation because, again, you're not playing golf in December in Northwest Indiana. It's just not going to be in the cards. That's where you turn it into the parking lot. And when you do have these advancements in agriculture, too, where you can withstand having all these cars parked and still maintain a good golf course as a result of it, too, that is pretty interesting and probably pretty intriguing in terms of maybe you can keep it around and it turns into its own lot. And sure, this course probably would end up closing earlier than some of the other Northwest Indiana golf courses that are around. I'd imagine you're probably going to have to close it on Sundays during game days. And again, that's only a handful. You're probably talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 Sundays of a golf season, which in the fall, as much as people love fall golf, there are people who do put their clubs away for the season at that point. You'll never have to worry about it with road games and stuff like that. They'll still stay open for road games. But for those couple of Sundays, you'll just have to get creative. You'll have to work with the course and everything. And we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But I would hate to lose Lost Marsh as a result of this Bears Stadium. It's just one of those trickle-down things that you probably don't think about, but it's something that I know when all of this stuff started to formulate in Hammond, it's one of the first things that came to the mind of golfers.
Yeah, and it's funny, Thomas Hallgren right here just texted me here, and he just said, hey, the Burke course at Notre Dame, they just built that golf course, opened it, and they use that to park cars for all the Notre Dame games. So I think there is that formula, and that's going on in Northwest Indiana, so hopefully they take a look at up there. But your point's well taken about the fall. Most people, for whatever reason, after Labor Day, just hang it up, which to me is the best month of them all, September to play. And but yeah, It just gives a lot of possibilities, and I just think the curiosity factor to go on over there to play some golf and then go through the official Chicago Bear merchandising, and they could get into the whole golf side of this thing. I mean, there's so much that could happen just from a golf entity in the Bears if they were to think this through in a big picture way. I think the Bears could actually take advantage of this situation versus taking golf away. I would implore and plead with the Bears. So if you have to go to Indiana, don't take the golf away.
Yep. That's, I think, a plea from a lot of Bears and golfers alike, Bears fans and golfers alike there. All right, when we come back, it is maybe one of the most futile exercises we partake in every single year, but for some, it's not. For some, it does actually end up paying dividends. The Masters Lottery officially opened up this past week. We will discuss, and if you have won the lottery, would love to hear from you as well. 312-332-3776. That's all coming up next. This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
Fox Bend Golf Course, the gem of the western suburbs. Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. Come to Oswego Land, only 45 minutes from downtown, and play some of the most superb green complexes in the area. All skill levels are welcome to play this 6,900-yard par 72 course. Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Open championships, and this year they will host the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book a tee time today at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Chicagoland's own Tour Edge Golf introduces the all-new Exotics Iron lineup. Precision built for every player type and every scoring situation. The Exotics MB is a true muscle back, delivering ultimate shot control and a pure forged feel preferred by elite ball strikers. The Exotics CB blends a classic forged feel with modern forgiveness and consistent distance control. The Exotics Max delivers explosive distance with high MOI stability and effortless launch. 3 distinct iron designs, delivering performance above all else. Learn more about the new Exotics series at touredge.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
The best teams make the smart play. They stay reliable, consistent, and deliver when it matters most. Jeff Joniak here, and I can tell you that's exactly why I trust Arlington Toyota. The same great people Chicago drivers have counted on for years are now backed by new ownership from the Andy Moore Auto Group, bringing even more value every day. Whether you need a dependable commuter, family SUV, or hard-working truck, Arlington Toyota has a lineup ready to deliver. Get ready to knock your next vehicle purchase out of the park. Open 24 hours at ToyotaArlington.com.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort, up North Michigan Golf without the drive. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you on this beautiful, beautiful Saturday in the city of Chicago, in this greater Chicagoland area. Mike is out at the Village Links as they continue their event, Have One on Us. It is a great event. You want to just quickly reset, Mike, everything that's going on out at the Village Links for this Have One on Us customer appreciation event?
Sure, yeah. The Have One on Us, it started back in 1977, and it's really an opportunity for the village of Glen Ellen and the Glen Ellen Park District to say thank you to all of their customers, more specifically the residents, but anybody that's really a member here. So for 2 days, they've been offering free range balls. If you go on up to the range, you can hit as many as your body can handle. They're turning back the clock in terms of the prices of food and beverage. I mean, hot dogs, $2, brats, $2, sodas, $2. Everything's $2. It used to be $1, but, inflation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, come on out. And if you get into the event, there's no entry fees. You just pay your green fee as you would on a typical day. And they are giving out gobs of prizes. If you walk away without a prize today, it would be hard to do. But, no, they do it right here. And I couldn't think of a better place to broadcast from when they're saying thank you to everyone than to be here at the Village Links. So 485 Winchell Way, easy to shoot out straight out of the Eisenhower, out of the city, and jump on Route 38 Roosevelt Road, make the left, head south on Park, and turn right, and you're right here. Join us. It's 27 holes of, beautiful, beautiful conditions and great golf. And the people here, they'll treat you like a king. So come on out.
Yeah, no, it sounds like an awesome event. So Village Links up in Glen Ellen. All right, earlier this week, we all got the notification that the Masters Lottery has officially opened up. And I've never won the lottery. Mike, I don't believe you've obviously been to the Masters before, but you've never won the lottery, correct?
No, I've never have. I know a few people that have, but I will be honest with you, I don't know anyone that's won it in the last, call it 5 years.
Yeah,
I have not heard of anyone that I know of that has won it.
Yeah, so if you've won it before, we'd love to hear from you. 312-332-3776. Doesn't matter if it's practice round, doesn't matter if it's the real one of the 4 rounds that are played down in Augusta, but it is a futile exercise that we go through every single year. And some people are, in fact, rewarded. So if you are one of those few people, 312-332-3776. But it's always fun to see the email that comes through, and it's time to register, and then you register, and then at some point in July, we all hang our heads and say, shucks, we'll get them next year, because that's usually the way this thing goes for 99.9% of the people that enter it.
Well, every golf fan knows the Masters is really, it's more than a tournament. It's like a dream destination, and really this lottery is the first step of achieving that dream. And, you got to do it, because if you don't, that's going to assure you the fact that you'll never get to see Augusta. So while you may think it's, you don't have much of a chance, there's people that play the regular lottery and they win too. So you got to at least give it a good effort. And I think with the popularity of golf and the number of entries each year, it's making it more and more difficult for us to do it. I think Thomas here just said his dad has been trying for 30 plus years.
Jeez.
He still hasn't won. So, yeah. But then there's other people. A guy just walked up a little while ago and said his father-in-law won 2 years ago. So there is a guy. He couldn't stick around to stay on the air because he had to tee off. But it is plausible. So there's only one way to win, and you got to enter.
Yeah, if you're not in it, you can't win it.
Did you see the pricing?
Yeah.
Did you see the prices?
What was it? It was
versus what the Ryder Cup prices are.
So the Masters, if I'm remembering correctly, was $120 for practice rounds, $160 for the actual rounds, if I remember that correctly.
Yeah, and I think the Wednesday was $150 or $140 just because there was a par 3 tournament.
Right, yeah.
Thing. But yeah. Now, did you see what the Ryder Cup prices are on the weekend?
I did not see the Ryder Cup.
$585 a day.
Jeez.
Now, the practice rounds are somewhat reasonable, and I think if I'm over in Ireland, I certainly do that because it's, like $120 or something. But, man, when it goes to those 3 days, the price jumps incredibly. But when I look at the weekend of a Masters at $160, I just, the Masters is a tournament that's so much easier to spectate. The Ryder Cup is so difficult, and I'm just surprised at the jump in pricing. I would have expected them to be a little bit, not quite that big a jump, but I thought they would have learned a little something from the folks at Bethpage, but apparently not. And but they're going to get it, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's the Ryder Cup pricing. That's absurd. You're talking about 3 times for a grounds ticket there at Augusta. And I think more people would rather go see a Masters as opposed to a Ryder Cup.
I would agree. So let me ask you this: if your name gets picked, who would you take?
Oh boy! So are we talking practice? Because you get two for the actual rounds, and then 4 for the practice rounds, I believe, which would make things a lot easier if it was 4.
You could request up to 4.
You can request up to 4. That's right. You may not get 4, but
you may not get it. But I tried something different this year.
Did
I
you?
tried to just go 2. So I thought if I wasn't greedy, maybe they.
Okay. Golf gods will pay you back here.
Yeah, like, hey, he's not asking for 4. He's just asking for 2.
I wonder if that makes it easier. Like, if you just request 1,
I don't know.
Or is it easier to pigeonhole yourself into it maybe? And, like, kind of slither your way in because it's just a bunch of loosies out there that you're trying to collect on?
I mean, 2 million people apply per year. I don't think it really matters. It's a 0.5% chance of getting it.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Over 2 million, yep.
Oh, my God.
And then how many do they give out each day? Does it?
I don't know how many, but I'm looking at you got about a 1 in 200 chance or 0.5% of getting one of your names pulled.
Wow. So for the lucky 0.5%.
Okay, so if you have 4 tickets, for Tuesday or Wednesday, or 2 for Friday, who are the 3 and the 1 that you're bringing? And who gets cut?
Who gets cut? Oh, boy.
For Friday.
I mean, so wait, you're saying how many tickets? It's 3 and then 1. So let's say
request up to 4.
Right.
So I mean, you got to have a ticket for yourself.
Right.
So you plus 3 for a practice round. But if you win Thursday, Friday, call it Friday. Great news, Tyler. You have 2 tickets to Friday 2027 Masters. Who are you bringing?
All right. Probably bring my dad. For my dad or brother would probably I'd go with. And like, because like my dad was the one.
I had the chance.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I had that opportunity to bring my father and my brothers. I think my dad had been there, but my brothers had not. So that was really a cool thing to do for their first time. But yeah, but you have to make a decision. Is it your brother or is it your dad?
I would take my dad. Just because I think my brother could still find a way there. I don't know if my dad would be able to find a way there at any point because he's never been. Donnie tweets the show. He says, I've been lucky enough to win it twice, 2015 and 2024. Wow. And he's gone a few other years with friends, but it is without a doubt my favorite place in the world, Augusta National. So not once, but twice.
That's just mean.
That almost feels rigged. I don't know if you're greasing elbows down there, Donnie, but my goodness.
Is it one of those like the Knicks did where they froze the card? In
the
draft
frozen envelopes.
So the cold one. Donnie spends in a little something special in with his request somehow to get noticed. I don't know. That's why I would love to talk to Donnie. What did you do? What specifically did you request? And did you request the same thing each year you won?
Yeah, Donnie, if you're around still, call the show 312-332-3776 because I can't imagine their strategy, and it's probably all like just dumb luck too, but I'd be curious to know if you did something different than some of the other years, but that's winning it not once but twice. I mean, to get that email twice saying that you're in is incredible. So, but yeah, that's what's going on there. So your Masters tickets, the lottery is officially open now if you want to enter into that. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about this just to help our chances, but no, everyone out there, I think if you know at this point.
I do have a horror story for you guys with the Masters tickets here. And to answer the question of who you'd bring, I'd bring my uncle in a heartbeat because one year my uncle, also a huge golf fan, he won practice round tickets. I believe it was Tuesday and Wednesday. Him and 3 other buddies were going to go. And on the way down, they're doing this golf trip, hitting a couple of states, hitting a couple of tracks. And his small intestine twisted up on the way down. So he's got to go to the ER. He's got to get surgery while his friends go to Augusta and watch the practice round on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's just an absolute horror story there.
That is brutal. Wow.
So if I ever get the opportunity, I got to bring him. I got to get him there.
Oh, that would be sensational. In fact, I wish like Augusta would hear that story and reach out to your uncle in that regard. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's really tough there. All right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA and also get you up to date on what's taking place out at the Memorial. This segment's been brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
When pain holds you back, you deserve expert care you can trust. At Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, our orthopedic specialists help people get back to moving comfortably. Whether you're dealing with joint pain, a sports injury, or an everyday ache that just won't go away. From diagnosis and treatment to physical therapy and recovery, IBJI offers comprehensive orthopedic care all under one roof and close to home. Visit IBJI.com for more information.
With Republic Bank of Chicago, you don't have to scramble to keep your business growing. Our commercial lending options will move your business from tee to green every time. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullamore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullamore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullamore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullamoreGolf.com. That's TullamoreGolf.com.
Break away to Kohler, just 2 hours north of Chicago, host of 6 majors and the Ryder Cup. Play 72 holes of championship golf at Whistling Straits and Black Wolf Run and the Baths, a 10-hole par 3. Experience the Kohler Waters Spa and explore hundreds of acres of outdoors. 2026 golf packages with 2 to 5 night accommodations are available to book now. Book early for best rates and availability. Call 855-718-3588 and reserve your custom stay today.
Save big money in your projects when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's Ultra True Seal is a stain and sealant in one that offers enhanced waterproofing protection in one coat to help you finish your wood care projects faster. It's easy to apply with no streaks, runs, or lap marks to deliver flawless results. Save big money on Ultra True Seal stain at Menards and get your staining project started today. Plus, view our weekly flyer on menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Thanks to Jake Littman for producing today's show. You missed anything, check it out on the CDGA Golf Show tab of the ESPN Chicago app, or just search for the CDGA Golf Show wherever you get your podcasts. All right, as we take a look here, and this segment, by the way, brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore. The leaderboard out at the Memorial so far today. Nothing crazy going on so far. Everyone kind of hovering between 2 under and 2 over. I guess some of the notable movers today, Chris Gotterup's 3 under through 8. So he's elevated himself inside the top 20 with that early hot start there. But as you look at the top 10 and some of the ties involved here, JT Poston is 9 under right now. He's got your solo lead. Ryan Gerard 1 stroke away from that solo lead at 8 under. Sam Burns 6 under. Tommy Fleetwood 4 under. Eric Cole 3 under. And then tied for 6, you've got Patrick Cantlay, Xander Schauffele, and Wyndham Clark all at 2 under. Alex Fitzpatrick, Aaron Rye, and Shane Lowry all at 1 under. They are your top 10 and ties. So you get to the guys that are tied for 9th right now. They are currently 8 strokes off the lead. Mike, do you think it will be the hunted or the hunters that come out victorious in this tournament? I'll give you the top 3 guys: JT Poston, Ryan Gerard, and Sam Burns, or will it be someone from the rest of the field?
It'll be the guy right behind them all. I'm going with Tommy Fleetwood. I really think Tommy and Jack are going to have a moment on Sunday. And Eric Cole, unfortunately, as much as I want to see him in that winner's circle so bad, he's going to finish in the top 5, but he will not win, unfortunately. But I'd like Tommy this weekend. I think he's ready to truly, truly start to break out before the U.S. Open and go on a run. And I think it starts this weekend. It starts today.
All right. And then some of the other notables here: Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy, each set to tee off momentarily here, but they are both 1 over, tied for 19th right now, 10 strokes rather, off the lead at the current moment. We have seen Scotty walk some of these guys down from this distance, but with the way that the conditions are out there, it might be a little bit tougher to do. And you brought it up on a little bit earlier in the show, but the little blow up he had with Ted Scott, his caddy, and we've never really seen that from Scotty to Ted Scott. And it was one of the reasons why Ted Scott took the bag for him, was like, hey, like, some people don't know this, but Scotty used to be a real hothead, and he's kind of tempered that down a lot as of basically since he's gotten onto the tour. It's part of why Ted Scott decided to take the bag for him. But we saw one of those blow-ups there. And Pat Boyle, who does the hockey show for us here, you see him on CHSN with all the Blackhawks pregame, postgame, and intermission stuff. He texted me the video of it, and it was just we were going back and forth talking about, like, boy, maybe he is on the Jordan Spieth track after all, where he's starting to have some of these caddy blow-ups now when things aren't going his way after some early success.
Yeah, I would love to know what that conversation was like when they got alone. And if I'm Ted Scott, I'm going to look at Scotty and not even have to say much, other than say, was that the best version of you? And just leave it at that. And I think that message is sent loud and clear. But he did what a great professional caddy does. He didn't do anything. He just took it. He knew that Scotty just needed to get this out, needed to vent. And, you know, these guys have got egos. They want to blame everybody but themselves.
Right.
But at the end of the day, when you say you've got to get this wind right, we have to get the wind right. At the end of the day, it's your decision. He's giving you input. He's giving opinion. He's giving you data. He's giving you real-time numbers. But at the end of the day, it's your decision, not his. And you have to be committed to everything to that shot. And while he said he flushed it and did that and the other, it wasn't enough. And that, you know, but at the level that they play and the margin for error being so ultra slim, you're going to have those moments. And unfortunately, Mother Nature will tend to make the wind gust at the most inopportune moment. But it's funny how when things go right, everything goes right. But like he said in his press conference, he started out +3 through 10. And Scotty thought he said he was going to shoot 90. I mean, he felt like that's what he was about to shoot. But somehow, you know, he made 3 birdies coming in, and he managed to play perhaps his worst round of golf in 2026, and he shot even par on a golf course with cabbage, wind, and it's no disco. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
You know, these other places when they're going 30 under, those are discos. This place is a legit golf course that you cannot take one moment off. Otherwise, you are going to be looking at an atrocious crooked number on the scorecard.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Mike, what do we have going on around the CDGA?
Well, aside from the lottery opening up for both the Masters and the Ryder Cup, if you haven't, please, give yourself an opportunity. And, Tyler, I was thinking they should make a full swing live show, almost like the lottery's live. We're picking the numbers right in front of you, and I guarantee you it would get a ton of views. But if you haven't, go to masters.org and go ahead and sign up. And if you're so inclined to venture across the pond and go over to Ireland to Adair Manor, those tickets are also open, or the lottery, I should say, is open. But around town, around the CDGA, we have a lot of stuff going. In the member golf shop, Kaylee gave me this hat to, if you're watching at home on Twitch or YouTube, it is a picture of a clock. And the clock says 120. And on the side of the cap is our private label 1914. That clock is the clock from Wrigley Field in the 120 start. And ironically, Wrigley Field and the CDGA both started in the year 1914. That's right. So this is going to be a new Father's Day special. It'll be coming out next week, but it's available in the member golf shop today. There is a very limited number of these collector series that we'll be coming out with, but cdga.org to get the Chicago Cubs clock cap. It's going to sell out quick. So we have that going. And as always, if you're out and about, stop by Jersey Mike's. CDGA members, you enjoy $2 off anytime throughout the year. Last week, somebody asked me during the week, repeat the Ship Sticks promotion because they're going to be traveling. If you are traveling, Ship Sticks will give CDGA members 20% off. So you don't even have to deal with your luggage or anything at the airport. They'll come to your home, business, or otherwise, pick up the luggage, and when you arrive to your destination, it will be where you want it to be, whether it's the hotel, the golf course, or otherwise. So Ship Sticks, go into your portal. You'll get the special CDGA code to use when making your order, and safe travels for wherever you're going. Golf around here locally. If you're not coming out to the Village Links today, consider going out to Phillips Park a little further west. They have a twosome special for 18 holes for $95 Monday through Wednesday at any time. And then if you go on out to Fox Bend, where we'll be next weekend for the Chicago Adaptive Open. And we'll be getting that started next Saturday morning at 9 a.m. I'll be broadcasting live from the Fox Bend Golf Course. And, we'll be watching the 84 of the top players from all around the world bringing their skills and experience to Fox Bend, and we'll be crowning a new winner come next Sunday. So that's pretty much what's going on around the CDGA this week. We're going to be getting ready to put on quite a show at Fox Bend next weekend. But other than that, we're just looking for good weather and fairways and greens.
Awesome. Yeah, should be a great week. Hopefully everyone can go out there and dodge some of the rain that may be coming in throughout the area today, and make sure you get some of those rounds in. It is very humid out, so the ball will be carrying today if you're one of the big hitters out there.
No doubt. It's what I call squishy. The ball's going to feel soft, but it's also, you can spin it. It will do what you need it to do. Today's a good day to play golf because the winds aren't up, and you should be able to pretty much control what you want to do with it, assuming you have the skill set to do it. But otherwise, it's just a great day to be out here to go chase that white thing around the yard. So, but yeah, come on out. Village Links, free golf balls. They're already cooking. I can smell the brats and burgers and dogs from here for $2. I'm going to go get one of those as soon as we're off the air.
Awesome. All right, well, Mike, thanks so much for chiming in from the Village Links today. We will be back with you next week. It'll be Fantasy Golf Week, as we'll be just a week out from the U.S. Open, so we'll be getting all of our teams in and all that good stuff. All right, that's going to do it for us today. We'll be back with you next week. The segment's been brought to you by PGA Tour Superstore. Happy golfing, everyone.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Like a good caddy, the Treasury Management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Tour Edge presents the all-new Exotic Series irons, MB, CB, and Max. Built for total performance for every player. Each design reflects the quality, craftsmanship, and technical obsession that's defined Tour Edge from the start. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Most pests hide in the shadows, just out of sight. But even as they go unnoticed, they can still put our health at risk. Often drawn to food, moisture, and clutter, pests can spread dangerous bacteria, trigger allergies, and also transmit diseases. In our homes, our workplaces, and even outdoors, pests are a serious health and safety threat. Knowing what to look for can help protect your health. Learn more at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Okay, this is like, when was the last time we were on the air? I don't have
even
any of my stuff.
You don't have any. Well, you're a little bit disorganized this morning. That's okay.
Okay.
We embrace
Well,
it.
look at how organized.
Oh
I
my
actually
God. Well,
am.
actually, you are.
I have. What do you call those? Like cable ties?
Is that what they're called?
On all my.
I don't own
all my
them, so I don't
cords,
know.
all my chargers.
My stuff is all a mess. You are a little bit organized, yeah.
And I
shouldn't be so judgmental.
I recycled a bag. It looks like a packing bag.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
From something I bought online, which turns out to be a great thing for your cords.
Look at us. Look at us. You know what irritates me? Every time I come in here.
What today?
Oh, well, how much time do we have? We have a 2-hour show. Let's see how it goes. No, every time I come in here and go to log onto the computer, I have to reset my Gmail password. I cannot remember from one week to the next. It's so irritating.
Wait a second.
And I'm sure I've written it down somewhere. I just don't know where it is. So every time I come in here, I have to reset it.
Do you know I have never logged into this computer?
Really?
That would mean I have to go look up my password.
I know. Well, that's what I'm doing right now.
That's not happening. If my computer does not remember
the password, just forget it. I'm not doing it.
I'm not going through all that 2-factor authentication.
Oh, it's so annoying.
I
think that's the verification. You don't need 2 steps of fact. If I'm trying to do it, it's so annoying that it has to be me. Like it would not be anyone else trying to break into my account.
When your Face ID is you saying what the?
Yeah.
And then it goes, yes.
Yes, that's you.
That's you.
Hey, ladies, get funky.
When was the last time we did a show?
I'm going to have to think for a minute.
Was it when Henry came in?
Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks. Was it 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks? No. Well,
it was so long ago, Jake Littman wasn't even working here.
And now he's in charge.
And look at him. Now he's producing Peggy and Dionne.
Peggy and Dionne. This is such a rite of passage, Jake. So don't let the seat get warm underneath you. You will not be here long. But we are glad that you're here. We are glad that you're here.
I'm happy to be here. I'm excited.
Well, we are excited too. It's going to be a great time today. We have lots to talk about. Yesterday was a crazy day. A crazy day, and yet, Peg, I'm not sure anything is different.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. So much to
I know.
say.
We have a lot to talk about with the stadium stuff.
Yeah.
That happened this week, because we've pretty much. I was thinking about the first YouTube video that you and I did for Peggy and Dionne was 2 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
And that was when I said that Kevin Warren was in bed with the wrong people.
Yes. Oh,
so
I
to
remember
speak.
that. Yeah. I remember that. You're right. That was 2 years ago. No, what startled me yesterday was that this was the fourth time we've gotten some sort of a release indicating their intention to put a shovel in the ground in some location. And I don't even think they own shovels at this point. Nothing has happened.
It's
exhausting.
Yeah, because you know what? It's not over.
Oh no.
That is
No,
why
it's not.
I think is because we know it's not over. We know that. So you're saying there's still a chance? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there is
is
still a chance. When I was heading out of town and I heard Brandon Johnson was in Springfield and revealed that Bears representatives were still
calling
him to talk about, like, if this falls through, what can the city still do? That type of conversation. And a lot of people were saying to me, they're like, he's just making it up. He's like,
right.
It's a Hail Mary for him too, because he's in trouble and he knows it. And this was when we were waiting for them to, for the legislative session to end. And I said, I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying, because where would he come up with that? I think there's a little bit of double crossing. It's a little on the down low. Hey, let's just have this conversation. If this doesn't go through, like, what can you guys still do?
Mm-hmm.
And then when the legislators are asking you, how much conversations have you had? That lit the fire for failure.
Mm-hmm.
That's what lit the fire for failure.
Yeah.
And when we were saying everyone's got their hands out, everyone wants what's in it for them, that also. It was, I loved, what did the Sun-Times call it? I have to see the way they phrased it. It was such perfect phrasing. I don't know if it was Fran Spielman that wrote it, but they said, she called it, it was like a Christmas tree or a Christmas day worth of gifts that they wanted handed out with the last bill that did go through the House from Cam Buckner, but did not make it through the Senate. And when I read that, I was like, yeah, that's pretty much what it was. It was like, who else wants something?
Yeah,
it was
right,
like,
right.
Oh, who else is looking for something? Oh, here it is. The bill was weighed down by a virtual Christmas tree of goodies to benefit the city and other parts of the state.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was so well put. You guys had years to come up with this legislation.
3 years.
Everybody's to blame here.
Yeah.
Everybody. The Bears meeting with the wrong people. The wrong Bears representatives doing the meetings.
Correct.
Not listening to your representatives for the Bears.
Right. Like, it's one thing to hire a bunch of lobbyists who understand the goings on in Springfield and can help you kind of navigate those waters. It's one thing to hire them. It's another thing to listen to them.
Right.
And what we're hearing is that they're not listening to them.
And when they tell you, no, you need to be here
well,
in
correct.
person.
That still that floors me that they weren't there. Now, and I maintain that when Hammond did that unanimous vote back in February, and I was listening to it, and it was every person, it was like, say yay or nay or whatever, and they would be like, yay, go Bears. They were so excited, and they were shaking hands and hugging and glad happy and all that stuff, right? I maintain that the Bears would not allow them to be that public with that excitement if they weren't having conversations that felt like it is a possibility, right? So I don't think it's just lip service. There's a portion of it of what was released yesterday that does feel disingenuous, I think. But at the same time, I think that it is a serious thing they're considering. And you said this months ago. You were like, "This, you guys, it's not just lip service. They are seriously considering Hammond."
I think that because they were doing their due diligence, they absolutely positively had to have a backup plan.
Yeah.
And so
now it looks like they're going with Plan B.
Now it has become the plan because In all of this, Brandon Johnson still doesn't have a project that he could present to them. Still, he's had all these years of glad handing with Kevin Warren. He's had all these years. They still don't have something.
Yeah, still don't.
The legislator, Illinois House, they have a bill that didn't pass. The Senate came up with a last-minute bill that is completely different from what Cam Buckner and the House passed along to the state Senate. It's so typical of Illinois. It is just so typical. And all the while, the Bears are playing like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I've got 3 girlfriends here. I'm going to see, who's going to give me the best deal here. Like, what is going on?
It just
stick one. Say this is
what we're
really
doing,
want to be,
and move forward.
And go.
It should not be this hard. You remember, Peggy, trying to date the wrong person, and it was always so much work, and you were always trying to figure things out, and so much conversation, and nothing ever moved forward. Like, stop trying to date the wrong girl.
Right.
Like, good heavens.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Totally.
It should not be this hard. It should not be this hard. Other stadiums are being built. Other teams are moving to other places. It's happening in Kansas City. Like, the other people are doing this. It should not be this difficult.
Listen, George Halas moved the Staleys from Decatur to Chicago back in, 115 years ago.
Yeah.
The Giants left San Francisco for Santa Clara, 45 miles away, staying in the state of California. The Chargers moved from San Diego to Los Angeles. They stayed in the state. And I think the best correlation for the Bears is the Commanders played in D.C. forever before moving to Landover, Maryland, which was just 8 miles away. That is exactly Indiana and the Chicago border. That is exactly what we are talking about.
Can I add into that as a Commander fan my whole life and someone who's been there to FedEx Field? Do you know how much of a trek and how, just simply put, an awful experience it is to go to that stadium? I mean, if you want to drive in, get ready for an hour and a half when you're 10 feet away from the stadium in traffic, okay, that's a terribly built complex. If you want to take the train in, you have to literally walk 1.5 miles to 2 miles to get to the stadium from the nearest stop. So that being said, I don't know how the Bears will improve if you're going to Hammond from a travel standpoint. You know what I mean?
Well, I would say have you been to a lot of NFL stadiums, Jake?
I've been to a lot of NFL games, specific stadiums. I'd like to be better than I'm at right now.
So I would say that most NFL stadiums are not in cities. They are actually in more remote areas. Patriots.
I was just Gillette is the first one I thought of too. Like one road in, one road out.
That road, I mean, you're just sitting on it forever.
Yeah, forever.
And you wonder, am I in New England? What state am I in right now when you're on that road? Most of them in the NFL are in remote areas.
Yeah.
NBA arenas, baseball stadiums, those are typical city stadiums. For the NFL, it's different. But Jake brings up a good point have you ever been on the Skyway when there is traffic?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
I don't know that that's going to be any better.
No.
Than getting out of Soldier Field.
Isn't this part of their due diligence? Aren't they talking through those things? I mean, you're right in that regard.
Yeah.
There are other options, longer options, but than the Skyway. But still.
Yeah. Here's the deal. You can point fingers. You can point fingers all the way around. I mean, I just love that. Name a figurehead in this whole negotiations over the last 3 years, and you could say, "Yep, blame." Yep,
yeah,
blame. I was writing them all down. Kevin Warren. Yep, you could totally blame him for just not understanding and wasting time with the political machinations that he was going to be facing.
Yeah.
Ted Phillips. Yeah. You want to blame him for for purchasing and saying like, hey, this
is
great
where-
piece of property came up. Grab it now. Grab it now. I don't know if Cam Buckner is correct in saying that they paid almost $100 million more than the asking price.
I don't know if that's true either. But
I don't. But you want to blame Ted Phillips?
I mean,
okay, go ahead. Blame
I
Ted
want to go
Phillips.
back. I want to go back a little bit and blame the original renovation of Soldier Field. Just a little bit. Because if they had done that the right way, like if they had done that the way that it would have been functional for a longer amount of time, that they could have put a roof on it or done the renovation that they're now looking at. If
But
we had done
look
that
at
right.
that. That's how long that took. Remember how long it took Ted
Yes.
Phillips to get
that done. Right.
It was never going to get done.
No.
What they need.
Right. It feels like that now, though, Peggy. Feels like it's never going to get done. I saw on Instagram when they sent that release out, Kevin Fishbane just wrote, and round we go. And I was like, exactly.
Yep.
It's like we're just.
Yep. You want to blame George
circling the
McCaskey?
drain.
Yep, you can blame George McCaskey, absolutely, for not getting as involved as maybe he needed to be. You want to blame Governor Pritzker? Absolutely. Gave the Heisman to the Bears for way too long before he finally said, okay, let's talk about maybe 6 months ago, if even that. You wanted any of the Illinois Senate members for completely reworking that bill. You want to go to the House and Chris Welch and Cam Buckner and complain that they've had years knowing that this was coming to them, that they should have actually been giving the Bears an audience much sooner than that. You want to blame Brandon Johnson? Well, I will. I'll definitely blame him for not having the vision and, thinking that just being buddies with Kevin Warren was going to be enough. You want to blame Stacey Gates? Oh, a lot of people want to blame Stacey Davis Gates because she started muddying the waters, and that's really where everyone started. Between her and Tony Preckwinkle. When it started, when they bought that Arlington Heights property, and what they tried to charge for taxes. That's why the Bears had to tear down the structure that was on there.
Right.
Because it was astronomical.
The taxes were astronomical.
Yes.
Yes. Also in
it's such a mess.
It's such a mess. And in stark juxtaposition, this week I was at the Chamber of Commerce luncheon on Tuesday, and they had Michael Reinsdorf and Danny Wirtz on stage talking about the 1901 project that looks incredible, and they broke ground on Wednesday.
Oh my gosh.
And they are starting development.
Let's take a break.
It shouldn't be this hard. Let's just reiterate, it shouldn't be this hard.
When we come back, Mike, Lewis, Dean, Craig, Russ, you guys hang on the phone lines. We're going to open up the phone lines at 312-332-3776. How do you feel now? Do you feel any better that the Bears came out with a vote from their board of directors to move forward with Hammond, even though there's lots of openings for Illinois to still get in on the action? We'll take your phone calls on Peggy and Dionne, ESPN Chicago.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
I don't have to tell you guys that I'm in my car a lot between work, kids, life. I basically live in it. So I wanted something that felt safe, reliable, but was still super fun to drive. And that's why I chose an Acura from Advantage Acura of Naperville. I had such a phenomenal experience with that team. They made everything so easy, answered all of my questions, never made me feel pressured, and found the perfect car for me and my family. I love my Acura MDX, like probably more than I should. It's comfortable, handles great, has all the tech I didn't even know I needed, and now I can't live without. So if you're thinking about a new ride, check them out at AdvantageAcura.com or stop by Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you. Precision crafted performance.
Hey, it's Cap, and I'm here every day bringing you up-to-the-moment information about the teams we love. Because when something matters, you need real info right now, and that goes for your energy, too. If your power goes out, you need to know the status and when it's coming back. That's why I use the ComEd mobile app, because it's got the absolute latest reporting and tracking on outages right at my fingertips. So keep listening to stay up to date on the sports that matter to you. And download the ComEd mobile app to stay up to date on your energy status at ComEd.com/app.
Save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Give your walls the most advanced protection with Pittsburgh's Paramount Interior Paint and Primer in one. It's scuff, scrub, and wear resistant, while also blocking stains and delivering true one-coat coverage. Choose from thousands of color options and refresh your space today. View our entire selection of paint and accessories on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer to find great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, here we go. We do have just a snack-sized version of Peggy and Dionne today, done at 12:30 because of White Sox Weekly coming up next. The White Sox are in Philadelphia. This is a very, very, very tough stretch for our White Sox, so pay attention to what they're doing. They did lose last night. I believe it was 8-5?
8-6.
8-6, yeah. Lost last night. But they're so much fun right now. I love talking about them. But gosh, they have Philly, Atlanta, the Dodgers, and then the Yankees.
Yeah.
Holy heaven, this is a tough stretch.
This is like you're with the big boys now.
Yeah.
Can you hang?
And
they
honestly,
hung. They hung last
did.
night. I mean,
but here's the thing: like we talked about this so much with the Bears. Remember last year about the belief and the confidence, the belief and the confidence. That's the same thing they're saying on the South Side right now.
Yeah.
And it's cool, and we're seeing it in real time. These young players are like. And their familiarity with each other, having been in Charlotte and then come up here, and now they all know each other. It's just like it's what they claim they had all this. We have all this talent we're developing in the minors, and now it's all here. It's working. It's working. It's
You're
cool.
going to be very proud of me. I have actually been watching Cubs and Sox baseball.
Wow.
Yep.
What's gotten into you?
Because it's enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. Well,
one of them.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay. So Thursday night was fun. That roller coaster at Wrigley.
That was exciting.
That was super exciting.
And the reaction? It was, I felt like, am I watching the College World Series?
Oh, it was so fun.
Really...
It was so much fun. But then yesterday.
Oh, boy. Whoops.
Then yesterday. And I just feel like Thursday didn't mean anything if you can't stack a win.
18-3.
18-3.
Oh, boy.
I think you and I could have done that.
Pat and Zach were so darn funny.
So they are hilarious.
They were so funny because they were just laughing. They were like, you just can't make this up. You get paid for the bad ones as well as the good ones,
They're very entertaining, yes.
I do have a Sox question. Why is that reliever starting today?
An opener?
Why is he's
it's
Brandon Eisert?
They do that on occasion.
He pitched last night.
He did?
Yeah. Yeah.
They
was just,
they just have an opener. He'll do the first inning and then they'll move on. Who's pitching after him?
I don't know. But anyways, I wasn't sure. Let's go to
It's
the phone
maybe
lines.
a matchup thing.
We have a lot. Well, it could be, but I think typically, yeah. Is that what it is? And that's why you throw one of your
Sometimes,
relievers
yeah.
in to start. Let's go to the phone lines. I know a lot of people wanted to talk about or comment about the stadium fiasco here with the Bears. Let's start with, let's go to Craig, who's in Lansing. Hi, Craig. How are you? Welcome into Peggy and Dionne.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Listen, I look back at this from an out-of-market standpoint, and I think if I'm, a Bears fan, I'm excited about this. And the reason why is even if you are against, maybe the nostalgia of Soldier Field makes you say, shoot, that stinks. I don't like that we're moving. I would look at it like the last cold weather team to host a Super Bowl was the Giants Jets field in East Rutherford, New Jersey in 2014. Every other time you see a Super Bowl being hosted, it's in a warm weather state or they've got a dome. And when somebody builds a new dome, they generally get a Super Bowl right away, like the Los Angeles Rams and Chargers Stadium. Vegas got one right away, would have been even quicker if not for the pandemic. So, having a young team that's on the up like Chicago is right now, I'd be really excited thinking, because right now Soldier Field doesn't even have the proper capacity. You have to have a 70,000 seat stadium to host. They're at 61,000.
They're the smallest stadium in the NFL.
Yeah, so I would be excited like, hey, look, you know what? We got Caleb Williams. We got Ben Johnson. We've got all this reason to be optimistic about getting to a Super Bowl. And by God, we might be able to host one in a couple of years. So I would be excited in that regard. And I get it, like, the nostalgia of Soldier Field. I mean, if somebody said they're closing Wrigley, give me a break, all right? I'm not even from Chicago, but that would be like, you're crazy, all right?
Craig, I just don't think that it's about Soldier Field. I think that people gave up on Soldier Field a long time ago, and there's only a few people you hear now where they're like, oh, it should be on the lakefront. It's about the location.
Yeah.
It's about what represents the city of Chicago, and I think that that's more the fabric of their identity that people are thinking. I mean, I don't know. You're what, a Niners fan, Craig?
Yeah, I'm a Niners fan, but I'm an NFL fan, huge NFL fan. So I try to follow every team, and that's why I listen to out-of-market stations so I can get up to date on things that I wouldn't hear where I'm at in Lansing. So, I understand. That's what I was wondering. Is it because they're leaving, not just leaving Chicago, but leaving Illinois?
Yes.
Or is it a pain in the ass to get to Hammond, Indiana? I wondered what it was, and no matter what it is, like I said, think about this, you guys, whoever you are out there listening, you will host a Super Bowl. You will host a Super Bowl within 5 years of this conversation right now, because that's just how they do it.
Mm-hmm.
They reward teams for building new stadiums, especially if it's a dome or warm weather.
Yeah.
Craig, thank you. We appreciate the phone call.
It is the address. It's the fact that it's a different state, and they just the pride and joy of Illinois belongs in Illinois is what a lot of people feel.
And Craig brings up a very good point in the sense that the NFL today, and actually, quite frankly, most sports are so global that it's not as regional anymore. Yes, the Bears. I think the Bears are different in that regard because they are the only football team in Chicago. And so the entire city identifies with them.
Yes, absolutely.
The state identifies with them. I mean, for me, am I going to be going to games at Soldier Field? Probably not, or at the new, wherever it's going to be. Probably not. But I would have probably gone if it was in Arlington Heights. I'm not going to Hammond because it drives me crazy trying to get through downtown Chicago.
Well, that's, yeah.
And then it's like for, when you have friends who have places in Michigan and in Indiana,
Yes.
it is a pain.
You have
for
to strategically
me, I'm going
plan the time.
exact
Right.
opposite way across the city.
Correct.
It's not like I'm already on the south side. So I get it. All the people on the south side are like, this is great for us. I get it. The other thing that we have to understand is that stadiums expire.
Yeah.
And you are not going to find these plots of land inside your city proper.
No.
To be able to, every 25 years, build a new stadium.
Right.
So you have to get used to the fact that just like these other teams have had to move around. I mean, every other league, they move all the time. I
Oh,
mean, look at the Nets. The
Yeah,
Nets went
yeah.
from, where they're in Brooklyn now. It happens all the time, especially in the NBA. But for the NFL, I think because that's your one team that everybody identifies with. And I think that's why this has become the issue that it has here in Chicago. Let's keep going. Tim is in Grays Lake. Hi, Tim.
Hey, what's going on, Peggy?
How are you?
So, doing well. But big Bears fan, I was about 5 years old when they won that championship in '85. I can't imagine the Bears in Indiana. Like, it's just not going to happen for me. I'll disown the team. We can rock with Arlington Heights because that is, like the team said, the heart of the fan base. So, I mean, but Hammond, Indiana has a casino. I mean, people want to do the business first, get the money, that's fine. But, we're diehard sports fans in this city. This is what we live, eat, and breathe. So you take it from us, you take it out of Illinois, you take it out of Chicagoland, we ain't rocking with it.
Yeah, good point. Thank you,
Yeah.
Tim. Appreciate it.
I know some people feel that way. I think that I also know that sports fans in our city will support a winner. There is nothing like we have covered Stanley Cup runs, the World Series, all of that. There's nothing like when the Bears are winning. It's so different.
Right.
So if the team is good on the field, I don't think that fans will boycott as long as they claim they will, no matter where the stadium is.
I feel like I don't think the Bears representatives were all on the same page because whereas what made the most sense of Arlington Heights seemed to be what the family would want.
Yes, absolutely.
That now, you know who benefits if it's Hammond? All the Chicago representatives that lose the Bears with Soldier Field, they're still going to get people here for the hotels and the
Yeah,
restaurants for
yeah.
Bears games.
Yeah.
Like they benefit.
They do.
They
Can
benefit.
I also add, I don't want to use the word hate, but I am beyond annoyed when people say they're going to boycott their team. To
I know,
me,
it's so
to me, that's
stupid.
like, okay, for one, you're either not really a fan, you're looking for an out, or two, you're just that petty to be that ridiculous. Like,
I
I
know.
just don't get
It's
that.
silly.
Joseph Stalin could be my quarterback. I'm still going to root for my team, honest to God.
Oh,
Yeah, like, that's the NFL for you.
Of
I'm
all
sorry.
people to pick.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, right. Let's keep going on the phone lines in North Carolina. We find Mike up next on Peggy and Dionne. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, ladies. So I am 100% on board with the move. I'm a lifelong Chicagoan. I'm here because of the military. But that is the Bears have to do what's in the best interest of the Bears organization, right, as a whole. And if the plan is to move out of Chicago regardless, if they're not going to get the best deal in Illinois, then and Hammond, Indiana is handling the Golden Goose, then they would be fools to not take advantage of that. And it's not like it's where we're driving to Springfield to see a Bears game. Hammond, Indiana is closer than Arlington Heights is to the current existing structure that on Lakeshore Drive. So I'm all for it. I'm still going to be a fan. If people want to give up their season tickets, feel free to announce that so I can get in line. But it doesn't change anything for me.
I think the
Yeah,
thing
that's
for me,
a voice of reason right there. Thank you.
and Mike, by the way, thank you for serving.
Yes.
Are you living in a military base in North Carolina? Which one?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I actually live right outside of Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Awesome.
My nephew was at Fort Bragg for a while, so thank you for serving. We appreciate you, Mike.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
So here's my thing though about Arlington Heights. Everyone says, "Oh, there's only one way to get in there." That's not true.
It's not.
That's not true. Well, everyone's like, "Oh, you got to take 53, and that's the only way." There's multiple ways to get in there. I don't know the multiple ways to get to Hammond. I don't know that, but I do know this: from where I am, there is definitely only
one way. Yeah.
And
it's
that's gonna, and to me, that's where I'm just kind of like, it doesn't seem like it's going to be worth it now for me. Like, I'll just watch them, on TV. I'm not going to not be a fan of the team anymore.
Right.
I think it's just more the identity.
Yeah, I think it is too. I think that's part of it too. I mean, there is one thing that Chicagoans have so much pride in our city, in our state, in that ownership of this is our team, and to move it to a different state feels almost like someone's taking it away from them. They're not, but it is hard for fans who've been like lifelong fans to understand that change doesn't mean that your favorite team is changing that much,
Exactly.
right? It's just an address change.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Bruce, who is in Franklin Park. Hi, Bruce. How are you?
Hi. Yeah, real quick, I want to make a couple important points. First of all, when you were talking before about how dysfunctional this team is and their management is, it's absolutely correct. I don't suppose anybody remembers the name Muggsy Hallis.
Of course. Yes, absolutely.
He died suddenly in his 50s. He was about to take over the team. Papa George was retiring. And if that hadn't happened, the McCaskies would have never gotten the team. But instead, we get stuck with McCaskey, who's a businessman from the East Coast, and they really don't know. I've been screaming how they don't know how to hire the right people, the right scouts, the right everything to build this team correctly. The other thing I want to point out, I'm 76 years old. I was 13 years old watching the Bears win the championship in '63. I've been watching the whole thing ever since then, of course. As far as the stadium and the money and the tax break and everything, it's people don't realize that $43 million is not coming out of people's pockets. That $43 million was going to be saved by the Bears. If they move to Indiana, that $43 million just disappears, as does all the tax revenue that we would have collected from the ticket sales, concessions, and everything else. And the Bears were willing to pay, $10 million, just like Los Angeles Rams. So that $10 million is going to be gone. All the sales revenue is going to be gone, and it's going to go to Indiana. It's not like the $43 million is going to end up in the pockets of taxpayers. And that people don't talk about it that way. And I don't want the billionaires to save the money either. I would rather they would have to pay it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Bruce. I appreciate it, and I do want to correct you on something. I don't saying that Ed McCaskey was a businessman from the East Coast. He met Virginia in college in Pennsylvania, but I don't think he ever went into business after he served in the military. He was like a lounge singer. He was,
wow.
Yeah. So I wouldn't even say that he was an East Coast businessman. But the other thing, I'm also tired of hearing the legislators talk about putting money in the billionaires' pockets, because here's the deal: we do it every day.
Mm-hmm. Every day.
We do it every single day. I'm going to go to Lululemon. Guess what? I just put money in their pockets.
Yep.
You want to go build a? Tell me the latest building. Tell me the latest data center in Illinois. Guess what? You just put money in their pockets. It happens every day. ComEd. Oh, look at what the utilities. They get tax breaks all the time. It happens all the time, every single day. So just because this is a more public business that everyone happens to be connected to in some way, people love to just throw out the label of the billionaires. So that just really bothers me.
Question for you guys
that.
before
I
you
really
take another
hate
call,
that.
Peggy.
Yeah.
A little out of the conversation at the moment, but assume best case scenario 2029 is the move, 2030, if they're lucky.
It would 31.
31.
Yeah.
What happens if they win a Super Bowl in Chicago and then the next season they have to move out? They go to Hammond? I mean, is that going to affect anything if they are successful in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
No, I don't
think
see it
so.
having any effect.
I don't think it has any effect.
No.
Mm-mm.
If anything, it's like, what a great farewell.
Yeah,
What
for
a
sure.
great farewell.
Yeah.
What a heck of a parade that's going to be.
Wouldn't it add a little sourness at all?
Not really,
think
because
so.
they're still going to be the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
It's just buying a new house.
Yes, that's exactly what
It's
it
buying,
is.
like, I may not like the location of the new house.
Right.
But
Change is hard. We get that.
Have
like,
a couple
I get
of
that,
kids, you
but-
got to move to the burbs.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
you know.
time.
You got a couple kids with some expensive tastes. Caleb Williams is going to be getting an extension soon. So
Yes.
yeah, they need to move on up.
Yeah, for sure.
To the east side.
Move on up.
Let's go.
Or the south side.
Paul is in Arlington Heights, and he's going to bring us the perspective of the suburb that thinks they lost, but could still actually be in the running for something. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how are you?
Great.
Love hearing you guys on the radio. Hey, I'm in Arlington Heights. I'm really glad they're going. not only because they're going to have the Indiana taxpayers subsidize them, but also because I'm not sure they knew what they were doing out here anyways. And whatever comes after the stadium debacle here, I think it might be better than having the stadium there. We'll see. And then the other factor that I don't hear people talking about is I don't know how many offspring are out in the Hallis clan, but if I was one of those grandchildren and I knew that Indiana was going to be $1 billion better, I wouldn't even think twice. I want my little share of that $1 billion and get the Bears moving to Indiana.
Yeah, listen. Don't forget though, they don't own that. They wouldn't own that stadium. You know,
they would
but
be renting again.
they could sell that land in Arlington Heights to a developer, and you guys will get more office buildings and apartments.
Yeah,
and they could easily sell that plot of land. Paul, thank you. We appreciate it.
Paul.
And yeah, here's the thing. The McCaskey grandchildren are not they don't have a vote. There is one grandchild that I believe is now on the board of directors.
Correct.
That could be, is that Ed Jr.?
Yeah, Ed Jr. is the only one. And then, the only people not named McCaskey on the board of directors are Kevin Warren and
Pat Ryan. Right. And so really, the McCaskey brothers, George, Brian, Pat, Ed, they are representing the rest of the McCaskey family.
Yes.
And they're the ones who get the vote for what the board of directors does. So it has always been that way. Until it is their turn to be in charge, they will not have much of a say.
No,
I don't
I don't think so either.
I don't see it. I don't see it happening. Let's keep going on the phone lines. We got a lot of phone calls. A lot of people are very passionate about this. Paul is in Barrington. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, ladies. Good to hear.
Hey, ladies.
That was great, Paul.
Yeah. So here's my perspective. First of all, I'm 62, so I know the Bears from when I was a youngster, like all of us. And actually, I have no problem going to Hammond. And here's the reason why. Couple things. The Bears, I don't think they screwed up. I honestly believe it's our governor, our politics, and Mayor Johnson. Bottom line, they've had 5 years to do this. They bought the plot of land in Arlington. They told pretty much everybody, look, we're going to Arlington unless the Chicago's going to come and do something. But they dragged their feet. They've dragged their feet the whole time. And I know you want to blame the McCaskies, and that's I totally disagree. And the other thing, too, is, look, it already takes a long time to get to downtown Chicago for a Bears game anyway. I live up in Barrington. It takes a long, long time. So going to Hammond, to me, is not going to be any extra. So I have no problem with that. I feel they deserve the opportunity to move on. And I'm still going to be a Bears fan. I still love them, just like the Jets and the Giants, and we can go on and on and on. People still love their teams, and unfortunately, I really believe Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker dropped the ball, and it's all about the money. It's all about who you're going to wash. And what everybody wants hands in it. All the senators and representatives and everybody or whoever, they want to know how you're going to wash our hands or give
exactly.
That's my feeling.
Paul, thank you very much. Great points all the way around. When I was saying you want to blame the McCaskies, I literally went through a list of everybody that you could blame, from the politicians to the McCaskies.
My goodness.
To the only one I didn't mention was the media. We have nothing.
Innocent
totally,
on all fronts.
Totally innocent. Let's keep going on the phone lines. Russ is in the Palisades. Hi, Russ.
Hi, thanks for having me. The situation with the stadium and that letter. The letter suggests that there's still several options, yet suggests it's also going to be directed towards primarily Hammond. That's another one of those Kevin Warren maneuvers. For the last 3 years, he had bogus status reports on the status of the stadium. This is another way for him to try to extend this and try to get the juice going his way. That doesn't work in Illinois like that. For this case, the juice has to go from the team to the people in politics and in the various elements that would benefit from the activity of the stadium. Kevin Warren has got zero credibility here, and he has since he's arrived. I don't understand how he stays on the board of directors and in power.
Russ, thank you very much. What jumps out at me is when they had that press conference at Soldier Field, when they unveiled that the renderings of a potential stadium on the lakefront.
And they prayed for an act of God to make it come to reality. That's how they opened the press conference, with a prayer. The mighty hand of God would allow them to stay on the lakefront.
Russ brings up such a good point.
Sound plan.
Because every time it was like, oh, no, we're exactly where we thought we would be right now.
Right.
We all have lived here. We know.
Yeah.
Politics.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, just because you say it doesn't mean we're supposed to believe it.
Right.
And when I read that their own lobbyists, stadium lobbyists, had suggested, do not have that press conference with Brandon Johnson without J.B. Pritzker or Chris Harmon or Chris Welch, Bob Harmon, I should say, Senator Harmon. And they did it anyway. They did it anyway. And I mean, at a very costly price.
Very costly. And yes, the renderings were beautiful, but I think that perhaps Kevin Warren underestimated what it would be like to work with our state, with the park district, all those things.
It's just, it still feels like who is running the show here?
Wow.
Is it the McCaskies? Is it Kevin Warren? Is it Karen Murphy? Who? Well, is it J.B. Pritzker?
Here's the thing, Peg. We are hearing from lawmakers in both states. We are not hearing from Kevin Warren, Jordan. So we don't know. We don't know. We do need to take a quick break. Stay on the line if you still want to talk about this. We will continue our conversation. 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne will be right back.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payouts so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Illinois only, new and existing customer offer, subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
There is nothing better than opening your windows and letting the fresh summer air in during this time of year in Chicago. But if your windows need replacing or they're old or you can't open them, like mine were, you need to reach out to the Chicago Window Guys. This past year, I had desperate need for new windows, so I connected with Russ Armstrong and the Chicago Window Guys, and I am so glad that I did. Chicago Window Guys have the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. So trust who I trust. Call 847-881-3060 or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! Financing on select models with approved credit.
As America approaches 250 years, celebrate with a bourbon born from Virginia heritage and American whiskey tradition. At A. Smith Bowman, they craft bourbons with character, depth, and distinction. Enjoy Bowman Brothers Small Batch, triple distilled and blended for a smooth, balanced pour. Savor John J. Bowman Single Barrel, aged 10 years at 100 proof with oak, vanilla, and caramel notes. Go bold with uncut, unfiltered Bowman cast strength, or discover Isaac Bowman's port barrel finish with sweet wine aromas and jammy fruit. A. Smith Bowman, Virginia bourbon, crafted for America's next great celebration.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 ESPN Chicago app and ESPN 1000.
The 2-0, and that ball is crunched on a line out into deep left center field, and it's going to bang off the high wall. Antonacci coming around third. Turner with a relay throw to the plate. Save. RBI double. Acuna, and the Sox lead 1-0.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. Here on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. White Sox in Philadelphia there. Game 2 of that series coming up later on this afternoon. Jeff Miller will be here for White Sox Weekly coming up at 12:30. And then the game at 3:05 today.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's been a while since
Rookie
you've done
error.
that.
Wow.
Turn your mic on, Peg.
Rookie
Turn your mic
error.
on, Peg.
Total rookie error there. Yeah, it's been exciting to
Yes.
To watch the White Sox and see if they can hold their ground without Mooney and without Kyle Teal. Teal, when is he coming back?
He re-injured again. He was on the way. I thought he was on the way doing
Then
his
he had,
rehab
like, a
assignment. Then he had another
hamstring
setback.
Ay.
Yeah, so that's kind of a drag. The Cubs, it's interesting because once you get to June, Peggy, don't you feel like you start to get the identity of what the team is going to be? I have no feel with the Cubs.
Yeah, I know.
No feel. I feel like we know that the White Sox are going to always be fighting. They're not quitting. You know what I mean? I feel like we know that about them.
Chuck Garfien tweeted something out, the identical numbers of the Cubs and the Sox when it came to, was it their record, runs scored,
ERA, runs allowed. It was a list of about 7 or 9 stats. Yeah.
Identical.
Really?
It was unbelievable.
But the vibes are so different.
Exactly.
So different.
Because one was expected to do something they're not doing.
Right.
And the other one, nothing was expected. And oh my gosh, what a sweet surprise it is. So, and the other thing, the Bears OTAs going on this weekend.
Yeah.
Caleb getting a lot of love.
Well, when you're the cover boy, you get that.
Right?
I wasn't.
How did you feel about him doing his Michael Jordan Jumpman tribute?
I thought it was cool.
I did too, actually.
I thought it was
good.
really cool. I thought it was very, not that this is news about him. He's very aware. Like,
Yes.
just very conscious. He makes conscious decisions. For as young as he is,
Yes.
he does things intentionally. And I think that we learned that quickly. He handles the spotlight so well. I was not at Navy Pier on Thursday night when he did that whole thing with the launch and all of that.
The EA Sports stuff,
He
yeah.
just is so comfortable in his own skin.
Yeah.
It's impressive for as young as he is.
Part of that is because he's been in the spotlight since he was 13.
1,000%
You know?
agree with you.
Yeah.
Yes, none of it's new. I think this wave of that first wave of the NIL kids, I think is exactly like that because they've been professional for as long as they have. I feel the same way about Caitlin Clark. So comfortable in her skin, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's because this is what they've grown up with.
It's also all those kids who grew up with social media. That's the other thing is that they've
Always on camera, always
they've been
all
on
the things,
camera
yeah.
since a very young age.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I just lost my train of thought. What I was going to say about him? Oh, he did a bunch of podcasts this week too.
Yeah,
he was
great
on the Heights.
in the Heights.
Did
you see when he shouted out that pizza place?
Yes, in River North.
Mm-hmm.
Now, speaking about someone who is very aware, I love the fact that he didn't go for that typical Chicago deep dish argument, right?
Right.
Now, I happen to like deep dish. I'm not a tavern style pizza person. I will eat it now. Yes, I know a lot of people didn't think I eat pizza, but I do. I will. But I love the fact that he just went right for the fact that he's a tavern style guy.
Yeah.
And he shouted out the name of
Which
the
was so
restaurant.
cool.
Which, yeah,
Zarella.
Yeah, is that what it was?
Yeah.
called?
So good.
Zarella. Is it so good?
I moved here, a year ago? It's still the best pizza I've had today.
No kidding. What makes it different? What's different about it?
I'm quite the opposite of Peggy here. I'm tavern style through and through. I love a crunchy undercarriage, and that has just a chef's kiss on the crunchiness there. It's the
Really?
perfect cheese sauce crunch ratio that I'm looking for.
Wow.
They've perfected it.
I
Well, they
do
better
like
be
that
ready
he
to
did
sell
that.
out. That's all I'm going to say.
And I like that he also is showing more like knowledge of Chicago.
Yeah.
And that his bucket list item that he still hasn't done that he has to do is the architectural boat tour.
Yes.
Like, I love the fact that he mentioned that because we have said that. You and I have said that forever. We're like, it is the number one thing to do to take someone out of Chicago.
Yes.
In the summer.
I will do it every summer.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
so
agreed.
I want more of that.
I do too.
I want more of him understanding like the neighborhoods and the culture of Chicago even more, not just downtown. So I'm looking forward to him really, really being more ingrained.
Same. And I think he wants to be.
Yeah, it seems
he
like
wants
it.
to be.
It
Yeah,
does.
which
It
is
seems
way
like.
cool.
Let's keep going on the phone lines. Lots of talk about the Bears and the stadium issues. Joe is in Naples, Florida, joining us. And we'd like to call Naples Chicago South. Hi, Joe.
Well, yeah, I think you can guess that I'm a former resident of Chicago, and now I'm a resident of the state of Florida for some of the same reasons that the Bears may move to Indiana.
Taxes.
But here's why it's so silly, guys, or ladies, sorry. Is first, if anyone had any vision in the state and the city, they would turn Lakeshore Drive into a tunnel, just like they did in Boston with Big Dig, and they would rebuild on the lakefront. And it would completely change the dynamic of the city. But that's never going to happen. I'll take the needle out of my arm now. But this is all over about $25 million a year in taxes, because at 2% of this new $2 billion stadium, that's $40 million a year. Well, the Bears have offered to pay 15. They're currently paying no taxes at Soldier Field. You've got players' salaries that add up to about $20 million in income tax every year for the state of Illinois. Average player salary is $5.2 million. There's 70 plus players on each active roster because the visitors pay the tax too. That's $20 million a year right there. Plus, you're selling 600,000 tickets every year at about $250 a ticket. I'm a season ticket holder. My tickets are about $400. I'm in section 335. So let's just call it $250 a ticket. Well, there's another $150 million in ticket revenue. 10% of that on the admissions tax is $15 million a year. Plus, you're selling concessions, parking, and that's going to be at least conservatively another $50 per person of those 600,000 people that come through the doors of the stadium. That's $30 million revenue, another $3 million in taxes. So by the state of Illinois turning away this business, they're actually going to have $50 million less in tax revenue a year. And that's going to go to the state of Indiana. It's not about trying to give them a tax break. It's about them trying to prove a political point, and they've been doing that for as long as I've been alive, and that's why I am now a resident of the state of Florida.
Joe, thank you. I was wondering where Joe was going with that, but you're exactly right. The argument over giving the Bears, tax breaks, giving these billionaires a tax break, what they're missing is, and this is why the legislators that represent downtown Chicago, they understand what could be gone.
Yeah.
Oh, they understand
they do.
the taxes that they're no longer going to be collecting, but they will now they'll still get hotel and restaurant. He's exactly right. He's exactly right. And the fact that they are not going to be collecting all of that revenue from keeping the Bears in Illinois you just shake your head.
Yes.
They have had years you knew that this was an issue.
Yes.
They put the onus on the Bears to come up with an answer. And then when the Bears didn't really come up with an answer, the legislators tried to do their own answer in the last 3 months of this negotiating, of this session. And it was a flop.
A flop. Total flop. Total swing and miss.
You've had 5 years.
Oh my goodness. And that's the other thing. Like, I just don't understand how Pritzker can continue to say, well, if we had a little bit more time. You've had so much time.
Yes.
You've had nothing but time.
He was giving them the Heisman for the last 3 years.
But he said we want to keep the Bears in Illinois, but also this is not a priority, is basically what he said.
Also, he's probably the last person on earth I'd like to be right now. He can't win. He's not going to win in any scenario here.
Marty is in Sawyer, Michigan. Hi, Marty.
I love Sawyer.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Marty.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Beautiful day over here. It's 75 and no humidity and perfect. I couldn't have I could not disagree more with the previous caller. Look, I'm a Chicago guy. I went to Loyola Academy, Loyola University. I grew up my whole life in Chicago. I know the politics here are ridiculous, but what that guy didn't calculate into his equation is the $150 million tax break that is going to be given to the Bears and or a bunch of properties being built on 350 odd acres of land that wasn't part of that equation. I mean, I listen to Warren, and my skin kind of crawls every time he talks. He doesn't really say what you want to hear. He kind of talks out of the side of his mouth, and it gives me a feeling that this guy is not really dealing straight. I'm not supporting Chicago by any stretch of the imagination, but the reality is we do not have any more money to give away. If they can maximize that property by taxing on another level,
right.
I mean, at what point do we say enough's enough?
Mm-hmm.
That what are we going to do with Sox Stadium? What are we going to do with Soldier Field? I mean, there becomes a point we're paying pen. What really bothers me the most about Chicago is I'm paying for somebody else's retirement.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, I'm done with that. Why am I paying for somebody else to retire? I know a buddy who retired from the water department. He was making $80,000 a year. Guess what he makes in his pension? He makes $80,000 a year in his pension. We keep giving away the city, and enough's enough. I think Warren overplayed his cards. I think that in the long haul, this is going to swing back around, and I think ultimately what's going to happen is that they're going to end up back there with egg on his face. This is the last card he's got to play. What other card is he going to play at this stage of the game that's going to get him, back to Arlington Heights? Because everybody I talk to, I've been a Bears fan. My brother owns season tickets. A lot of people I know own season tickets. They're like, I'm out. I'm out. So who's going to pay these? I'm sorry. What's the fee you pay to buy the tickets? I can't remember what's the name of that fee?
The PSL.
PSLs.
The PSLs. Yeah. Marty, we got to let you go. We're up against it. We're already late at the top of the hour here, but we understand what you're saying, and you're exactly right. You sell the PSLs. The taxing would be on the stadium itself, not on everything else around it. The state would still collect income tax on all of the entertainment district buildings that are built and businesses that would go in there. So you're exactly right. So we got to take a break. Let's do that. When we come back, more Bears talk. We'll also talk a little bit about on the field. Hello.
Yeah, can we?
They are on the
Please,
field. Yeah.
Please, can we please talk some actual football?
Peggy and Dionne, ESPN Chicago.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Apt, your number one destination for the home for 90 years, has everything you need to furnish your home. Explore our newly expanded furniture department with stylish, comfortable pieces for every space in your home. With beds, sectionals, dining tables, and more, our showroom offers high-quality furniture from a wide range of brands. You can also get assistance from Apt's design experts, whether you're furnishing a single room or your whole home. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt, abt.com. Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Well, if I'm going to be driving to Hammond, Indiana, I'm going to need a really good car. And you guys know I'm already in my car a lot. I basically live in it. So I needed something that was safe, reliable, and super fun to drive. And that's why I chose an Acura from Advantage Acura of Naperville. I had such a great experience with the team there. They made everything so easy, answered all of my questions, never made me feel pressured, and made sure that I was driving away in the perfect car for me and my family. My Acura is comfortable, handles great, has all the tech I didn't even know I needed, but now I refuse to live without. So if you're looking for a new ride, check them out, AdvantageAcura.com, or stop by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Plumbing disaster, power out, furnace or AC failing? These cannot wait, and neither should you. Four Seasons guarantees same-day installation with no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call your trusted experts today to 866-4Seasons.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. We have just a few more minutes here of our show this week. White Sox Weekly coming up at 12:30 before the Sox continue their series against Philadelphia. And then also this afternoon, starting at 1:20, Cubs and Giants. We'll see if the Cubs can actually start hitting home runs instead of just giving them up. We'll see.
Wow.
We'll see.
Well,
Is that a shot?
Yes.
Well,
Dionne firing a
look,
shot.
Something, I know, well, it's rare. But I'm telling you, they need to be called out for their incompetence right now.
No.
Inconsistency, I guess
They
is a better
totally
word
do.
for it.
Can we bring Nicole in here? You know, one of our favorite listeners is on the phone lines.
Oh,
from Downers
yes.
Grove.
Let's do it.
Hi, Nicole. We miss you.
Hey, Nicole.
I'm so excited. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I am still very dedicated in listening to you guys, and I'm a little sad because I think you guys have an outing on Thursday night, but I'm going to be working.
Oh, shoot.
I know. I'll find the next one. But anyway, I just wanted you guys to know that the mom from Downers Grove, What the Pants Mom, which means for anybody that hadn't listened at all last year, every time you guys start laughing and make these incredible jokes, I start laughing right along with you and nearly wet my pants, I would say several times, and had a pullover once.
Which is why you are our favorite.
Yeah, which is why it's so relatable.
Because you know it's happened. Like it's on 355, and you see Nicole pulls over, and then you see multiple cars pulling over, and people are just getting out and relieving themselves on the side of the road. So we understand, Nicole. We've all been there.
That's right.
But we love you. Thank you.
We do.
I love you guys, and shout out to you guys. And now they can call the Bears Chindiana if they really want to.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. Have a great day.
Let's bring in Richard from Blue Island. Hi, Richard.
So, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Listen, this is a much to do about nothing. It really is to me. I love the Bears. I'm 70 years old. I've been a Bear fan all my life. And if they build the stadium on the moon, I'm going. I just don't get it. I do 4 road games a year. I do 2 home games a year. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Richard, you're
my man,
preaching.
Richard.
You're
my man.
preaching. I agree with you. I may not like it, but you know what? Someone earlier had said the McCaskies deserve to take the best deal. And you know what? They do deserve it. And for everyone who wants to say, I'm not putting money in their pockets and they get to give me a break.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? Without them, you wouldn't have the Chicago Bears.
Correct.
So
correct.
Any team, any company that puts their blood, sweat, and tears behind it for us to enjoy their product, so be it. You become a billionaire. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. That is the American way.
It is somewhat interesting to me that people say, "Well, we're not gonna put our money in their pockets." That's what you're doing now.
You've been doing it.
You've been doing it for 100 years.
Are you wearing
sorry.
a Bears t-shirt,
Yes.
a hat, a jersey?
That's what we're doing.
Are you watching the games?
Same when Pritzker talks about I'm not going to take taxpayer money and give it to billionaire owners. That's what we've been doing.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yes. It's been going on forever.
Forever.
So to suddenly act like it is...
Like it's new. This is not a new concept.
Lewis is in Lyle.
That's the perfect
I know.
expression.
Ay de me. That's what we used to always say in Spanish class in high school. It was the only thing I came away with. Hi, Lewis. Lewis.
Hey, good morning, ladies. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Yeah, glad to hear. So, hey, you guys talked about the traffic earlier with the Skyway. There's another highway that you guys are forgetting, and it's almost worse, and that's 294, the eternally under construction 294. Hammond, Indiana is not equipped. It's not equipped to handle anybody from Chicago. Like, I go to a lot of games. I checked it out. Arlington Heights, 35 minutes. Soldier Field, 47. Hammond, Indiana, hour 6. And that's on a good day. Arlington Heights has 53. It's got 290. It's got 90. And you can actually service the city through the Metro. I blame the politicians in Illinois, and I blame Brandon Johnson for muddying the waters, because this was an ideal spot to put a stadium where traffic, yes, it was going to be an issue, but it was going to be a manageable issue. But our politicians are great representatives, just dropped the ball royally.
Exactly.
And it really is just a huge bummer.
Lewis, thank you. And you know what? That is, and what they couldn't handle was the only benefit in Arlington Heights was going to go to the team and the Arlington Heights area. And that bothered the downtown representatives.
It did.
The Chicago mayor. And give me a break. It's still Cook County over there. What?
Yes.
That whole idea that they'd rather be Southside or Hammond because they're going to get a little bit of piece of that pie. It just blows my mind.
I know. Same.
It really drives me crazy. Lewis, thank you for that. Did you go to Bears OTAs this week?
I did.
Okay. So Roma Dunze,
Yeah.
little disturbing when he said that his new normal is the way his foot healed from the fracture, just the way the bones are. He's just going to have to get used to it.
Yeah.
Whoa. I was like, oh.
It's so, no one's going to mistake me for a pro athlete, Peggy, but I believe, a professional stress fracture survivor. I have had probably 8 in my lifetime, and in my feet, in my hips, all those things. And it is tricky because it's so small. You can really only see it on an MRI. And sometimes it hurts really, really bad, and it's so small, and you don't know how bad it really is. It can evolve into other things because you're favoring it differently. There's so many things that can happen from that, and obviously that's what happened. So he has to adjust to something new. I feel awful now about the fact that he tried to play through it. And was pushing really hard before they actually did shut him down for the rest of the regular season, remember?
Yeah, but like,
and he was Courtney did an awesome article, talked to him and his mom about that moment and just how devastated he was, wanting to be there for the team and then needing to be shut down because he just couldn't perform at his level. So now it's a big adjustment.
Yeah, I think though that like with stress fractures, like you said, they can run the gamut
and last so long.
Which is why so many people keep going on with their life with a stress fracture.
Yeah.
So the fact that, he did try to play through it, and that he's going to have to just deal with it. I'm not surprised by that, but I'm having shades of Braxton Jones. Braxton Jones coming back from his injury and having to get over the mental side of not getting hurt again. And now you hear Roma Dunze also talking about there's a mental aspect to, like, this really hurts. How am I going to deal with this? He said that he thought it led to some of his, he was only credited with three drops?
Yeah.
3 official drops, but catchable balls is a whole different story. That he admitted that it actually played with his mind, that sometimes he found himself distracted by his foot injury
yes,
while playing.
That is so honest and so natural. That totally makes sense because you don't trust your body in that moment. You don't trust it.
Let's hear what he had to say this week at OTAs.
This is my new normal. And it's not from a standpoint that I'm like always in pain, but the way my foot broke, there's a calluses in there that like creates, a different type of foot structure with those bones and different things. It kind of, shifts things around. So my new normal was kind of what I, am growing into. And I don't think that's anything that's going to prohibit me or keep me from making plays. But I feel like with the break, it's just like, when you tear your AC, it's never really back to normal.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It was an ordeal.
His draft status, he has to be better.
He has to be better. He knows it.
He should be a top 30 receiver.
Yeah.
And he's not close to it within his own draft class. He
Right.
has to. This is really a big year for him. I mean, dare we say Luther Burden is nipping at his heels.
There's no question. There is no
Can
question.
I play devil's advocate here? I'm still super high on Rome. Like, I don't think we've seen anything with his actual play where we should be necessarily worried about what he can produce or what player he can become. The injuries last year, sure, you mentioned the catchable balls, right? I still like what he offered. And you had DJ Moore, Ben Johnson using Luther Burden, gadgety-wise a lot. Like, it takes away from Rome, sure, but I think we're talking a little more negatively about Rome than what his potential sort of.
Oh, I don't think we're
talking negatively.
No.
I think he just hasn't delivered for a top 10 draft pick the way that it's expected.
Those
of
numbers.
The numbers aren't there. Absolutely.
Injuries aside, the numbers aren't
improve.
there. Right.
And I don't think it's that we're being negative on him. We're saying, listen, you have to start performing like your draft status.
I wonder though, with DJ gone and now like he has to step into that role. Do you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you don't do it. You don't step into that top leadership role because someone's already in that position. Same thing we talked about with Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell, right? Like we didn't know Ben Johnson was this demonstrative leader because they had one and he didn't have to be. And now that he had his own stage, he stepped up into that role. That's what they need Rome to do. With DJ gone, I think it gives him a higher ceiling to say, okay, this is on me now. And he should feel the competitive pressure from Luther Burden, who we know, has a chip on his shoulder. They love him.
Yeah.
They love him.
Yep.
Like he is their type of guy football obsessed, can hardly even answer questions. He just wants to talk about football, right? Like he's that kind of guy. And so he should feel that. He should feel that competitive edge.
Yep, totally. Speaking of someone being in mid-season form, Jay Cohen's phone going off.
Oh my gosh.
The AP reporter.
Do you know that for one hot second, when it went off a second time.
Thought it was yours?
No, I didn't put my phone up there, but all I thought was Ben's going to chuck this phone through that sliding glass door. Like I was legit afraid.
Okay.
He was so angry.
Listen to this. You can hear it in the pause in his voice. And it is OTAs, you guys. It is off season. Listen to this.
Progression. I've been able to sit in some meetings, and I love how the coaches are going about their business. I like how the players are responding to it right now. We're all on the same page. We're speaking the same language, and that's always a good starting point. Oh, my. Good.
Now that you've got a year under your belt, how does it feel? How do you feel about your position, what you're doing, the people you're working with?
Somebody want to take their phone, so I'm not interrupted again.
Okay, so...
Wow!
Kudos to Jay Cohen for owning up to it.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that happened to me with the special teams coordinator?
No.
When Siri went off.
Oh, yes, I do remember this.
That's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Do you want to hear what happened, Jake?
Yes, I do.
So we're in the Bears press conference
room.
and I have my iPad on, and I don't know. I have honestly, this has never happened before and never happened since then. But some word triggered Siri.
I remember.
And the special teams coordinator, it was explaining, what was it? It was one of the new rules in returns. And all of a sudden, my Siri goes, "Can you repeat that? I don't understand what you are saying." And I literally, like my jaw dropped open. Everyone turned and looked at me. And it almost sounded like someone asking a question, like saying to the special teams coordinator, can you repeat that, please? Because I don't understand what you're saying. But it looked like it came out of me.
Yes.
I just looked at him. I was like, oh, my God, I am so sorry. To this day, I still don't know how that happened.
I've never used Siri. So when she talks, I'm like, I don't even know what triggered this. I know. I'm like so lost. And I look at my phone like, shh, like, what am I doing? I don't know. I'm going to touch it. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I could think of. I was like,
oh my gosh. Can I tell you 2 embarrassing things that I've done in the last week?
Yes.
Just to the same.
Was this at Bears?
The last week?
Well, so many embarrassing things in the last week. This is just my life, Jake. Welcome to Dionne's world. But no, twice now. So we get group text from the Bears Beat, right? There's a Bears Beat group text. And they sent a text about, I think it was OTAs or I don't remember what it was. And I responded to the whole group and wrote kitchen, please, because I wanted my son to come to the kitchen. And I texted the entire Bears Beat. And then I was like, oh, whoops-a-daisies. And I didn't know that I did it until Larry Mayer was like, kitchen? I was like, oh, it was right before we talked to the assistants. And I was like, well,
you're doing way too many things at once.
Thank you. And that's what I said. I said multitasking mom, like whatever. And then yesterday they asked us a question right before they announced that Dylan Thieneman and Logan Jones had signed their contracts. They said, hey, this is coming. Can you just hold it until 10 o'clock? And somehow I texted the whole group, no. I didn't even touch it. Like, I don't even know how that happened.
Oh, my gosh.
I should just really holster my text chains at times. Oh, my God.
My husband's name, Jason.
Yeah.
Is the same name of then Jason Carr, who was the Cubs PR.
Yeah.
And I once texted the wrong Jason.
Anything inappropriate?
Well, all he said to me was, are you sure you're asking me? And I looked down and went, oh, good God. I go,
oh my God.
That was meant for my husband. He goes, well, thank God that's all that you were asking him.
I have nightmares about that. I used to cover my college team who were the Warriors, and I have a group chat with friends, also has the name Warrior in it. And when I would type in Warrior, the head coach of the men's basketball team would pop up and my group chat, and I would have to be so careful. Hands were shaking.
Oh, yeah.
That is a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
Well, it's like when you have a group text and then you do a subtext and you take a couple people off the group text who were on the original group and you're talking about one of them. And you're just like my sister-in-law did it. She's like, oh, I got Chris. We were taking my other sister-in-law out to dinner last week. And she goes, oh, I got Chris a gift. And I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. And then I looked down, and Chris goes, hello, I'm right here.
That's hilarious.
I think my worst one.
But you know what her husband said to her? You better jump in before they say something more about you that you don't want them to say.
Totally.
My worst one, I was talking to this girl. It was my ex-girlfriend at the time, and I took a screenshot of the message to send to my friend, and I sent it back to the girl.
Uh-oh.
She was, that was one of the most mad
ex-girlfriend
I've seen.
at
the time.
So she's no longer an ex-girlfriend.
No, she's
still an ex-girlfriend.
She's still an ex-girlfriend,
so she
rightfully
would still
so.
be, yeah.
But that one, whoa. I was in some hot water.
Yeah,
ladies.
you were.
Hot water.
Holy cow.
It sounds like we need to hear a little bit more about Jake.
Well, we're running out of time, unfortunately.
No, we still have 5 minutes. Well, we have plenty of time. Like whatever. Like this is our what's that segment we were going to call when we were just talking dirt about like the gossip rumor mill?
Spilling the tea or something? I don't remember what.
Yes, it was spilling the tea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at me. the genuine shock that I remembered that.
That was on our long list of
things we wanted to do.
And that we needed an open for. Spill the tea.
We are great at filling. We have awesome
have a million ideas, Jake. But like the follow through is just
for like 43%ers over here. We'll get the effort going. We just can't quite follow through.
So please spill the tea on the ex.
Yeah,
Jake. Why was she psycho?
I didn't say that word. You said that word. I think we're going to have to save it for a different Saturday.
And her name was what?
Here.
And is she listening?
Yeah, right. I don't know about all that, but we don't need to bring up the past. When you talk about the past, that's your ego talking, guys. We don't need to do that.
Oh, hello. Wow. Does she know that you work here?
I have no idea. That's
a genuine cutoff right
very
there.
happily in a relationship of many, many years, and she is an afterthought. But you guys did remind me of that one fun story that my one flib I had there.
Yeah. Can we give her a nickname? What would be a good nickname
Nothing
for her?
appropriate for the air.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh my! I think we have a new segment here.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
We should just every week we should catch up on embarrassing things that we do.
Listen.
I think it'd be so fun.
He started the music.
He did. It's time to sign off.
Oh,
we are signing off
really
early
wish I
today.
could tell you guys. I'm so sorry.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks for participating in our conversation today. All the stadium talk. Hopefully, as we get closer to football, it becomes more football and not stadium and addresses.
Exactly, and it will. It will. OTAs moves
definitely
into
time. Mandatory minicamp is this week before they break before training camp. So we'll have those reports here on ESPN Chicago and of course on the Mighty 7 and go from there.
Hey, Jake, you know what? Aiden, our former producer, was never willing to spill the tea like you are.
Take that, AOC. Take that.
So we appreciate your openness. Although we will say you have a long way to go before you think like a middle-aged woman.
And Aiden really embraced that.
That's exactly what I aspire to be.
Make it a great week, everybody. Thank you to Jake. For Dionne, I'm Peggy. So long.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Save big on your landscaping project now at Menards. Whether you're installing a patio or a new retaining wall, Menards has the blocks you need to get the job done right. We carry the largest in-stock selection, ready to take home today. Stop in and get our 12-inch smooth patio block on sale now. Save big on concrete landscape blocks at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This time of year, there is legitimately nothing better than opening your windows and letting the fresh air in, especially in summertime in Chicago. But if your windows need replacing, it's hard to do that. So you need to reach out to the Chicago Window Guys. This past year, I was desperate for new windows in our home, so I connected with Russ Armstrong and the Chicago Window Guys. Russ came to my house personally, made sure we got the best windows for our space. He will do that for you as well. Chicago Window Guys have the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. So trust who I trust. Call 847-881-3060 or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition at goodkarmabrands.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
You know, they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Bullfrog Spa's Swim, Soak, and Save sale is going on now. Bullfrog Swim Spas feature the patented jetpack therapy system for personalized massage. Through June 15th, enjoy up to $4,000 off MSRP on select models. Get a Bullfrog hot tub and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
You've got stuff you collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly received.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone! That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now, here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Happy Saturday, and welcome aboard, White Sox fans. And I say that understanding that I may actually be welcoming some new White Sox aboard the bandwagon because of the way they have played, specifically in the month of May. And after wrapping up a fantastic homestand last week, the last time we convened here on White Sox Weekly, which we do every Saturday, 2 hours prior